Mount Olympus stood serene and majestic, shrouded in clouds that drifted lazily across the pale blue skies of ancient Greece. At the peak of this mountain, away from mortal eyes, existed a divine realm filled with activities that, to many, might seem surprisingly mundane. This was the home of Zeus, ruler of the Greek gods, whose mighty presence was often imagined by mortals as a force of thunder, storms, and formidable power. However, in the quieter hours beneath the celestial vault, Zeus led a life that echoed with simplicity and subtlety. Zeus, despite his grand depictions in myth and legend, adhered strictly to routines that even the humblest of farmers in ancient Greece might find familiar. Rising with the soft glow of dawn, he would step out onto the marble terraces of Olympus to watch the slow ascent of the sun, a daily ritual of calm observation. These quiet moments were rarely recounted in the grand myths, overshadowed by heroic feats and dramatic conflicts. Yet these mundane morning rituals anchored the mighty deity, providing him a gentle rhythm amidst the eternal chaos of divine responsibilities. It was during these tranquil mornings that Zeus observed humanity below, tracing the patterns of their daily lives. Farmers tending their fields, fishermen casting their nets, and craftsmen meticulously shaping clay into pottery, all moved in a graceful harmony that fascinated him. Humans, Zeus noticed, punctuated their demanding days with short periods of rest, brief respites that refreshed both body and mind. The concept was both foreign and intriguing to Zeus, who, despite his immortality, found himself drawn to the elegance of human simplicity. Zeus's fascination with mortal practices was not shared by all Olympians. Some, like Ares and Athena, found humans merely functional, tools in broader divine narratives. But Zeus recognized the intrinsic wisdom in these humble routines, particularly the subtle art of rest. The short nap, taken beneath the shade of an olive tree, provided farmers a moment of clarity amidst the relentless Mediterranean sun. To Zeus, it represented an unexplored realm of peace, quietude, and introspection. Intrigued, Zeus began quietly experimenting with integrating similar breaks into the celestial schedule of Olympus. Initially, he faced resistance. Hera, vigilant and orderly, found such practices frivolous. Poseidon, occupied with the vast seas and endless waves, rarely had patience for rest, preferring ceaseless motion. Yet Zeus remained steadfast, carefully introducing brief pauses into divine assemblies, encouraging quiet reflection and relaxation among gods whose lives were otherwise defined by eternal vigilance and unending duties. Slowly, these pauses became customary. Gods who once resisted found solace in quiet contemplation. Even Hermes, known for his constant motion and ceaseless messaging duties, began appreciating these brief intervals of calm. Zeus himself found profound clarity during these pauses, his thoughts becoming clearer, decisions wiser, and demeanor calmer. It was through these quiet moments that Zeus subtly reshaped the dynamics of divine life on Olympus. As Zeus refined this practice, something remarkable occurred. Olympus itself seemed to soften. Arguments among the gods, once fierce and frequent, grew less intense. Disputes were often resolved quietly, through patient dialogue rather than explosive confrontations. The quiet, unassuming power of rest was becoming clear, reshaping even the highest realms of divine interaction. Yet, Zeus remained modest about this development, aware that such quiet rituals were neither glamorous nor dramatic enough to enter the grand epics recited by mortal poets. Instead, he silently observed how this simple innovation changed the daily lives of his divine family. Athena's strategies became sharper, yet calmer. Apollo's music took on a gentler tone, reflecting deeper introspection. Even Dionysus, known for his wild revelries, found greater depth in quiet contemplation. However, the impact on Olympus was just the beginning. Zeus pondered deeply how this simple yet transformative practice might influence humanity itself. Could mortals benefit further if such restful intervals were more widely recognized and valued? Would their societies become calmer, wiser, more reflective? Standing upon the terraces of Olympus, with the warmth of midday sun gently casting its glow over the marble columns and olive groves, Zeus realized that his humble, quiet invention had greater implications than he initially imagined. But how could he subtly share this wisdom with mortals, guiding them toward deeper peace without direct divine intervention? Zeus watched closely as mortals navigated their daily lives, full of unseen struggles and quiet triumphs. He began to consider methods that were gentle and subtle, yet undeniably effective, for introducing his newfound wisdom into human societies. But what form would this guidance take? How could Zeus ensure that this seemingly mundane yet powerful practice reached humanity without disturbing their natural rhythm? This question lingered in the air as Zeus descended the steps of his marble terrace, leaving behind the warmth of midday sun, his mind quietly contemplating the possibilities. Zeus had observed the mortals for what felt like an eternity. He'd noticed their patterns, their stubborn routines, and their peculiar determination to keep moving without pause. The sun rose and fell, days turned swiftly to nights, and yet humans seemed convinced that productivity meant endless, restless activity. From his clouded seat atop Mount Olympus, Zeus pondered how this relentless pace affected their health and happiness, their strength and their sanity. In his quiet reflections, Zeus found himself particularly drawn to observing a tiny coastal village named Eleusis. It was modest, unremarkable by Olympian standards, but precisely the kind of place where everyday mortal existence unfolded in earnest. Here, ordinary farmers, weavers, fishermen, and shepherds lived their lives with little concern for the grandeur and complexities that occupied the minds of gods. Each morning, the villagers rose at dawn, their backs bent with labor before the sun had fully warmed the earth. They tilled the soil, repaired nets, carried heavy urns of water, wove cloth, and herded animals to pasture. By midday, sweat glistened upon their brows, exhaustion etched lines upon their faces, and yet, curiously, stubbornly, they pressed forward. Rest, it seemed, was viewed as indulgence, a luxury the hard-working villagers felt they could not afford. Zeus found this perplexing. Had these mortals forgotten that the gods themselves cherished rest? That even divine beings recognized the restorative power of pausing, reflecting, and rejuvenating the spirit? Perhaps, Zeus reasoned, it was because humans lacked the time or opportunity, caught as they were in the relentless struggle for survival. If they didn't pause willingly, then perhaps they needed a gentle nudge. The chief god then recalled the lessons he had learned watching Hypnos, the serene god of sleep, and Morpheus, who crafted dreams. Their very nature was the antithesis of hurry. Zeus admired their quiet strength and the subtle ways in which their presence calmed the restless energies of the world. Perhaps a touch of Hypnos's grace was exactly what mortals needed in the sweltering, weary heat of the day. One afternoon, as Zeus sat in quiet council with Hera, Poseidon, and Athena, he broached his thoughts. "Humans have become strange creatures," he began. "They toil under the sun as though pause were punishment, as though rest was not an essential part of existence. I worry they will soon lose sight of life's sweetness entirely." Poseidon stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering the matter carefully. "Mortals believe rest is weakness, Zeus," he replied gravely. "They see it as lost time. Perhaps they fear falling behind their neighbors, losing their harvest, failing to feed their families." Athena, ever the voice of measured reason, nodded. "Yet their refusal to rest weakens them. Their bodies tire, their minds cloud, and their hearts grow heavy. It is no surprise they often seek our intervention, pleading for strength, health, and wisdom." Hera spoke softly, her voice gentle yet firm. Perhaps Zeus a new kind of rest should be given, brief yet powerful, integrated into their days, an opportunity not seen as weakness, but as wisdom. Zeus's eyes brightened at Hera's insight. Perhaps this was the answer he sought. If mortals were too proud or fearful to rest openly, then perhaps an offering disguised in simplicity could reshape their habits. "Then let us gift them," Zeus proposed, "a quiet hour, a sacred pause in the rhythm of their day. Not enforced, but encouraged, gently through signs, dreams, and subtle whispers." His divine companions agreed wholeheartedly, curious to witness the result of such a subtle divine nudge. The following day, Zeus carefully descended upon Eleusis, disguised as a simple old man, frail but wise-eyed. He wandered gently into the village square, settling himself beneath the generous shade of an ancient olive tree. Soon the villagers began to notice him, quiet, restful, at ease, even as the midday heat blazed fiercely. The elderly village carpenter, Nikos, was the first to approach him. His skin was worn and weathered from a lifetime of labor beneath the sun. "Stranger," Nikos asked kindly, "why do you not seek shade within doors? The sun is harsh and merciless at this hour." Zeus, smiling benignly beneath his disguise, replied simply, "The sun, my friend, is not our enemy. It offers warmth, light, life. But it also brings an invitation to pause, to rest, and to gather our strength. Look how peacefully this tree accepts its place beneath the sun, offering shade without struggle." Nikos tilted his head, intrigued by the stranger's calm words. "But we must work," he argued softly, the weight of obligation evident in his voice. Zeus nodded understandingly. "Indeed you must, yet work without rest dulls the heart and drains the soul. Would it not be wise to follow nature's lead? To pause when the sun is highest, when the world itself grows quiet, and gather strength?" The carpenter was silent a long moment, contemplating deeply. Slowly he sat down beside Zeus, feeling the cool shade relieve his weary bones. It was an unexpected relief, peaceful and refreshing. The simple joy of this unexpected pause settled deep within his spirit. Seeing Nikos seated comfortably beneath the tree, other villagers soon drifted over, drawn by curiosity and the promise of relief. Soon a gentle murmuring spread across the square as villagers gathered seated quietly, sharing whispered conversations or simply sitting in silence. An hour passed, then another. Each moment, slow and restorative, nourishing to body and mind. Days became weeks, and soon what began as an accidental gathering became a cherished tradition. Each afternoon, villagers paused their labors for an hour beneath the shade, resting quietly. They shared gentle stories, murmured quietly of their days, or simply closed their eyes, allowing their minds and bodies to regain strength. Unknown to them, this quiet afternoon rest had been gently orchestrated by the king of the gods himself. A subtle nudge, a divine suggestion offered quietly and humbly, yet immensely powerful. Zeus watched from afar, quietly pleased by this unfolding tradition. Yet a deeper curiosity stirred within him. Was this gentle pause truly sustainable? Would humans accept and carry forward this divine gift, or would they revert to their ceaseless, exhausting labors once the novelty had faded? Could the simple wisdom of afternoon naps truly reshape their lives and their spirits? He pondered these questions deeply, aware that mortals were creatures of habit, often resistant to change, even for their own good. As the villagers of Eleusis rested beneath their sacred olive tree, Zeus wondered, perhaps for the first time, whether he had underestimated humanity's complexity. Could his gentle intervention truly leave a lasting mark, or was humanity's resilience to change stronger, even than divine wisdom? Zeus knew the answers would soon reveal themselves in ways even he, in his infinite wisdom, could not fully predict. Zeus observed with gentle curiosity as the villagers of Eleusis began to embrace their newfound tradition. Day by day, what had started as a subtle suggestion evolved into an integral part of village life. The midday rest beneath the olive tree became more than merely a respite from physical exhaustion. It became a ritual deeply embedded in the hearts of the community. The villagers now referred affectionately to this quiet hour as their divine pause, unaware of the celestial hand behind its origin. Weeks turned into months, and the sleepy village became renowned among neighboring communities. Travelers, hearing whispers of this remarkable tradition, began arriving, first in curiosity, then staying in appreciation. Word spread swiftly, carried along the winding roads and across sparkling seas, bringing the gentle wisdom of rest to other towns and villages throughout Greece. But Zeus remained cautious. He had lived long enough to understand the transient nature of mortal attention. Would the villagers continue to honor this hour of rest, or would pressures of productivity and profit eventually erode this subtle, beneficial tradition? His divine gift was delicate, easily forgotten amid the noisy ambitions of humanity. To his quiet satisfaction, however, the tradition not only persisted, it thrived. The village grew more harmonious. Relationships between families became warmer, laughter more frequent, arguments fewer and softer. Rest, it seemed, was not merely beneficial but transformative. Zeus began to see deeper layers to human nature, recognizing that mortals needed permission to pause, a gentle sanctioning of leisure to counterbalance their harsh realities. One afternoon, as Zeus again wandered the world, disguised as a frail, elderly traveler, he returned to Eleusis to observe firsthand how deeply the tradition had settled into daily life. The village appeared serene, almost idyllic, in the golden warmth of the midday sun. Zeus settled quietly beneath the familiar olive tree, its leafy canopy casting gentle shadows upon the soft grass below. Shortly thereafter, Nikos, the elderly carpenter who had first embraced the tradition, approached with a welcoming smile. He did not recognize Zeus in his current guise, yet greeted him warmly, as was customary now for the village elders welcoming guests. "Welcome, stranger," Nikos said softly, sitting beside Zeus. "You've arrived just in time for our hour of rest." Zeus smiled softly beneath his humble disguise, nodding gratefully. "It is truly a beautiful custom," he replied gently. "How did it come to be?" Nikos chuckled warmly, his face etched with wisdom and calm contentment. "Ah, it began with another, stranger much like yourself. An old man who taught us that rest is not a weakness but strength itself. We listened reluctantly at first, yet discovered great wisdom in his quiet advice." Zeus nodded slowly, masking his pride in humility. "And has it changed your village truly?" Nikos paused, considering the question thoughtfully. "More deeply than we could have imagined," he replied at last. "Our hearts and minds are clearer, our friendships richer, and our burdens lighter. This hour has become sacred. It reminds us we are human, and life is meant to be lived gently, not merely endured." Listening to Nikos, Zeus felt an unexpected warmth stir within him, a quiet satisfaction that gods seldom permitted themselves to feel. Perhaps humans were more perceptive, wiser, and more adaptable than even the gods gave them credit for. Perhaps his subtle gift had awakened something deeply human within them, something resilient, hopeful, and enduring. As Zeus quietly contemplated this, villagers gathered around them, each settling comfortably beneath the tree. Conversations drifted, softly, gentle murmurs blending with the distant chirping of birds and the slow rustling of leaves. Zeus closed his eyes, allowing himself, if only for a moment, to savor the very restfulness he had gifted humanity. Time flowed slowly beneath that ancient tree, each second soft and meaningful. In that hushed moment, Zeus recognized a profound truth. Humanity, despite its restless energy and persistent anxieties, possessed a deep hunger for peace, for pauses of genuine serenity. His small act, his quiet intervention, had resonated deeply, because it aligned naturally with the rhythms of human life itself. Yet as he sat quietly, Zeus also acknowledged a lingering uncertainty. Was this tradition strong enough to withstand time itself, to endure through generations, kingdoms, and civilizations? Could humanity carry forward this subtle wisdom, even as it faced new challenges, temptations, and ambitions? This question lingered softly in Zeus's mind, unanswered but gently hopeful. Years became decades, and Eleusis flourished quietly under the protective branches of its sacred olive tree. Villagers passed their peaceful tradition down to their children and grandchildren, who in turn honored the quiet hour, viewing it as integral to their daily lives. Other towns throughout Greece embraced similar customs, and soon the gentle wisdom of rest had spread widely, quietly influencing cultures and communities beyond the Aegean. Eventually, the tradition found its way across continents and oceans, shaped by countless hands, hearts, and cultures. Humanity named it differently, siesta, riposo, afternoon rest, but the essence remained unchanged. It was a quiet acknowledgement of life's beauty, a simple reminder that rest and productivity are not opponents but harmonious companions. In modern times, the concept of the afternoon nap still resonates, a gentle echo of Zeus's subtle wisdom. a quiet gift from an ancient god who once wondered why mortals refused rest. Unaware of the divine roots, people today embrace this quiet pause as a symbol of well-being, productivity, and mindfulness. Zeus himself occasionally returned to observe this legacy, always hidden discreetly among mortals, quietly pleased by how deeply his gift had rooted itself within humanity's collective consciousness. It was perhaps among his quietest accomplishments, yet also one of his most profound. And thus Zeus's modest invention of afternoon naps remains quietly influential, an enduring testament to subtle wisdom, gentle intervention, and the surprising resilience of human nature. Every afternoon nap, every quiet hour spent resting beneath the sun, becomes a soft tribute to the unseen, humble divinity who, long ago, observed humans laboring beneath the fierce midday sun and wondered if perhaps they deserved a quiet hour of rest. Zeus understood that true change need not be dramatic nor forceful. Often it is the quiet whispers, the gentle nudges that leave the deepest marks upon the world. And in moments of restful silence beneath an olive tree, or wherever humans pause to reclaim their strength and serenity, perhaps the ancient god still observes quietly, smiling softly, grateful that humanity learned to rest. You likely know Hermes as the swift-footed god of messengers, commerce and trickery, winged sandals, cunning grin and all. He flits through myths as a nimble negotiator, delivering proclamations from Mount Olympus to mortals and gods alike. But what rarely finds its way into grand retellings is the tedium that defined much of his divine duty. Yes, even for Hermes, god of speed, eloquence, and travel, the job could be unspeakably dull. In the golden age of Olympus, there were no inboxes, no scroll-fed courier owls, no magical flames that passed messages in an instant. Instead, Hermes walked a lot, through forests and riverbanks, across mountains and deserts, past irritable mortals and brooding demigods. Day after day, he carried not grand decrees, but the kind of mundane orders that make up most of existence. Poseidon requests more cedar for ship hulls. Hestia would like her amphora returned. Artemis asks for silence during her hunt. And so the swiftest god found himself performing one of the slowest roles in Olympus. Irony was not lost on Hermes. His earliest tasks had nothing to do with grand diplomacy or battle-stopping interventions. He began, quite literally, as Olympus's errand boy. As a youth, barely out of his infancy, though infancy among gods is relative, Hermes was entrusted with delivering supplies between the Olympian kitchens and the divine workshops. Aprons, bronze nails, seasoned olive oil, a new ladle for Dionysus, whose parties tended to dissolve utensils as often as wine. It wasn't that Zeus mistrusted the other gods to carry out these errands, it was that Hermes seemed built for it. He was fast, light on his feet, and didn't complain. Not to mention he enjoyed observing things. Even in his earliest duties, Hermes developed an eye for subtlety. He could tell which smith had worked on which tool by the hammer marks. He learned who grew which, herbs for Athena's poultices, and which corridor of Olympus produced the best echo. These details didn't matter to most, but to Hermes the richness of the world lived in the ordinary. He understood something early on. Most of existence is not made of battles or feasts, but errands, walks, small talk, and remembering who likes their honey stirred twice. So he learned, and he watched. One of his earliest delivery routes took him from the main Olympus hall to the outcrop, where Hephaestus maintained his forge. The path was steep, winding, and littered with slippery moss. He traversed it several times a day, often with armfuls of bronze scraps or hammers, grumbling at first, then memorizing every twist in the trail, every route that threatened to snag his sandals. Eventually he timed his runs to arrive just as the forge's smoke curled into the crisp mountain air, a rhythm he began to find satisfying. It was during one of these errands that Hermes began to refine a subtle skill. Not messaging, listening. He'd wait at the edge of conversations, absorbing grievances and observations. From Apollo's complaints about Delphi's pilgrims to Artemis's quiet frustrations over disturbed forests, Hermes took it all in. He didn't just ferry scrolls, he carried tone, context, body language. He knew long before the message was written what it would probably say, and often what it meant beneath the surface. His role slowly evolved, not because someone appointed him ambassador, but because he naturally became the best listener on Olympus. When a dispute broke out between Demeter and Poseidon over grazing lands, Poseidon, ever the braggart, had allowed his horses to trample sacred barley. Hermes was sent to deliver a message of apology. But when he arrived, he didn't just hand over the wax-sealed tablet. He sat. He listened to Demeter explain why that barley mattered, how she had traced its stalks back generations, how the soil had memories. Hermes nodded, quiet, attentive. When he returned to Poseidon, he didn't merely repeat her words. He spoke of the land, the memory, the grief. Even Poseidon, hardened like sea stone, softened slightly. This gentle skill of translating emotion without embellishing it was how Hermes became indispensable. His job remained unglamorous. He was still called upon to deliver dinner invitations, retrieve lost tridents, and mediate bickering between lesser deities about room assignments. But the value of his insight grew quietly. Mortals too began to see Hermes less as a mischief maker and more as a guide. Travelers whispered prayers to him, not just for speed, but for understanding. Merchants lit incense in his name, hoping for clarity during difficult bargains. His statues appeared not in temples, but in crossroads and markets, places of ordinary but essential interaction. To outsiders, his divine role appeared as simple errands. But Hermes knew the truth. These mundane tasks, repeated day after day, formed the structure of Olympus. Just as the joints of a home go unseen beneath its roof, his work held everything together. He even took comfort in the repetition. The long walks across Olympus allowed time to think. The subtle change of light against the marble columns, the cooling of clay pots in Hephaestus's workshop, the sleepy flutter of scrolls in Athena's library. These were the unnoticed sounds of divine civilization. Hermes was the only one who truly heard them all. Still, there were days even Hermes found unbearable. One long summer, as the sun scorched the divine mountain, Hermes found himself assigned to retrieve Dionysus from a distant isle again. The god of wine had gone missing, indulging in yet another marathon celebration involving dancing goats, philosophical rants, and ill-advised musical performances. The journey there was long, dusty, and full of complaints from mortals who had mistaken Hermes for a wandering minstrel. When he finally found Dionysus, slumped over a cluster of overripe grapes and humming a lost hymn to himself, Hermes could only sigh. There were no grand lessons that day. Just heat, boredom, and the realization that divine errands could be just as frustrating as mortal ones. But it was also on that journey, walking back with a staggering Dionysus leaning on his shoulder, that Hermes noticed something curious. At Io, every village they passed, someone approached him, not with a request but with a story. A baker asked if Hermes would deliver a loaf to his sister across the ridge. A child handed him a shell, asking him to return it to the sea. An old woman, without saying a word, placed a flower in his hand. They trusted him, not because he was divine, but because he was present, because he moved, because he listened. Hermes had become, in quiet ways, the thread that stitched Olympus to earth and God to mortal. He didn't need thunder or chariots. He had errands, and he knew something even the thunderous Zeus might overlook. It is not the scale of the task, but the consistency of the effort that shapes history. Even the smallest message, carried faithfully, can bend the course of events. And yet Hermes wondered, could these everyday efforts really hold their value forever? Would future generations still recognize the beauty in the mundane? Or would they look only to lightning bolts, wars, and heroes? By the time Hermes reached his 1000th errand, and yes, he kept count, his role had quietly shifted from mere courier to cartographer of culture. Not in the traditional sense, with ink and parchment, but in a subtler way. He had come to know the world's quiet rhythms, the unofficial paths carved by footsteps and repetition. His routes, his pauses, his conversations, all became a kind of soft geography, invisible to others but as real to him as mountain and sea. The gods had grown to rely on him, not just for his speed, but for his awareness. If Athena needed insight on a newly forming city-state, she'd ask Hermes what the market stalls smelled like. If Demeter wanted to know the state of the harvest, she asked whether the children were skipping or sluggish. Hermes had become a mirror reflecting back the quiet truths of the world. Still, his duties remained unimpressive to onlookers. He once spent 5 days locating a single missing sandal belonging to a lesser muse, Terpsichore. It had fallen into a spring during a rehearsal of dance hymns and was said to carry the precise weight of her rhythm. To her it was sacred, to Hermes it was another lost object. And yet he searched, not because it was dramatic, but because to her it mattered. In this, Hermes began to see a larger pattern. The gods themselves were bound by details. Their divine influence rested not only in epic moments, but in the unassuming glue of repetition and attention. Olympus didn't run on miracles. It ran on remembering who needed what and when, and making sure someone followed through. Hermes was that someone. His journeys often took him beyond Greece, into foreign lands and distant provinces where mortals honored him in strange and wonderful ways. In Egypt, he was associated with Thoth, scribe of the gods, keeper of wisdom. In Rome, he became Mercury, faster, brasher, but no less grounded in the practical duties of a go-between. Across regions and borders, people projected their needs onto him. Guide us, bring word, show the way. Yet in all places, the underlying request remained the same. Help us stay connected. Help us understand each other. Even when the gods fell, silent, he began to realize his job was not just delivery, it was interpretation. He once stood between Artemis and Ares, arguing over the fate of a mortal forest. Ares wanted to raise it for a battlefield. Artemis, of course, wanted it untouched. Hermes didn't argue either side. Instead, he described the villagers who lived nearby, the woman who made baskets from fallen branches, the boy who played flute under the oldest tree, the elder who found herbs in the moss for his arthritis. These were not arguments. They were observations, and that, Hermes believed, was often enough. The more he walked, the more he understood that being a messenger meant much more than carrying scrolls. It meant seeing, noticing, not just passing through, but picking up on what others missed. The tone of a priest's voice as he prayed, the silence between two friends at a crossroads, the extra bowl left out at a dinner table for someone who had passed. Hermes noticed these things because he had to. When you spend eternity walking, you learn to find depth in repetition. At one point, Hermes tried to delegate his work. He asked Zephyrus, the west wind, if he'd like to take over a few routes. Deliver a message here, retrieve a reply there. Zephyrus agreed, eager to prove himself. But within days, chaos erupted. A wedding invitation was blown into the sea. Warning about a plague in Arcadia never arrived, and an entire shipment of scrolls meant for Apollo was found wrapped around a cypress tree. When questioned, Zephyrus shrugged. I moved quickly, he said. What more could I do? Hermes sighed. Speed without understanding is just wind. He never asked for help again. Despite the tedium, he began to love his routes. He loved the way the path from Thebes to Delphi smelled like burnt myrrh after rain. He loved the warm stones near Corinth, where he once napped beside a tortoise who didn't seem to mind. He had his favorite olive tree near Sparta, where the bark curled like a smile. These weren't just places, they were companions. They marked the passage of divine time through mortal land. Mortals began to tell stories of Hermes appearing suddenly, offering directions not just to temples but to opportunities. A fisherman, lost in fog, followed a man in a cloak who pointed silently toward a hidden cove. A midwife swore an old traveler guided her to a home just in time to deliver a healthy child. A merchant about to be cheated saw Hermes in a dream whispering the truth. Hermes never confirmed or denied these tales, but perhaps the most telling moment came when Hermes was asked by Zeus himself to deliver a message of cosmic consequence. A rare meeting of all major deities on Olympus to decide the fate of a city-state that had unknowingly offended both Hera and Poseidon. The message had to reach every Olympian, quickly and clearly. Instead of rushing, Hermes prepared methodically. He rewrote the message 4 times, ensuring clarity. He visited each god personally, not merely delivering the invitation, but gauging their mood, expectations, and subtle reactions. He brought small gifts to smooth tensions, a bit of polished obsidian for Hades, a rare plum for Demeter, a scroll of lost verses for Apollo. When the council finally assembled, it ran peacefully. There were no outbursts, no misunderstandings. Even Hera and Poseidon, notoriously volatile, expressed themselves calmly. Hermes had done more than deliver a message. He had prepared the emotional soil for it to land. That day, Zeus pulled him aside and said, "You're not just my messenger, Hermes. You're my interpreter." Hermes, who had walked every road in Greece and beyond, who had fetched thousands of sandals, scrolls, and snacks, finally understood something fundamental. The gods did not remain divine through power alone. They endured because someone connected them, because someone did the work in between, the errands, the observations, the clarifications, someone like him. And yet, even as he stood at the center of divine coordination, Hermes felt a tug of worry. What would happen when mortals no longer honored the in-between? When people only sought miracles and ignored the message-bearing moments that held their lives together? Would anyone remember the errands? By now, Hermes had come to understand his place in both Olympus and the mortal world. Not as a warrior, not as a god of thunder or sea, but as a quiet thread, running invisibly through the grand tapestry of history. He had no temples as vast as Zeus's, nor oaths sworn to him in moments of desperation like those made to Ares or Apollo. But his presence was felt more frequently, more personally, than most Olympians combined. Still, every immortal, no matter how composed, has moments of reflection. Hermes sometimes wondered whether his work really mattered. Messages, passed, paths cleared, errands run. Was this enough to justify a place among the pantheon? One quiet morning, he was handed what seemed to be a routine assignment. A small town, tucked between the rugged hills of Phocis, had requested a divine witness for a festival honoring the harvest. Normally Demeter would attend, or perhaps Hestia. But they were occupied. Hermes, with no pressing tasks on his route that week, accepted. He arrived in the form he often took among mortals, a weathered traveler with sharp eyes and worn sandals. The town was unremarkable. Crooked clay rooftops, a handful of fig trees, goats nibbling quietly at fence posts. He was greeted without fanfare, just a nod from an old woman stirring lentils and a young boy asking if he'd seen the olive merchant. On the road. The festival was modest, no grand feasts, just baked bread, garlands of herbs, and a small dance in the square. Yet, as Hermes observed, he noticed something familiar. The baker, who brought loaves with carved symbols on them, one for each god. The farmer, who paused mid-sentence to help a child fix her sandal strap. The young girl who handed Hermes a fig and whispered, "You looked tired." Small things, mundane things. But they revealed something rare, a village that understood the importance of the in-between moments. They had not built monuments or composed hymns, but in their quiet gestures, an errand run for an elder. A child's forgotten shoe picked up and returned. They had unknowingly lived in the spirit of Hermes. That evening, when the bread was shared and the stars began their slow blink into view, Hermes stepped onto the small platform in the village square. He rarely addressed mortals directly, especially not as himself, but this felt different. "I have walked many roads," he said softly, his voice carrying just far enough. "Across great kingdoms and crumbling empires, through golden palaces and dust-choked huts. And what I've found is this: the divine does not always shout from mountaintops. It often whispers in errands, in patience, in kindness done without audience." The villagers listened quietly, not with awe, but with recognition. "You have honored the gods," Hermes continued, "not with grandeur, but with consistency, with noticing, with remembering. That, in truth, is the most sacred task." He left before dawn, as he always did. But that village, and its simple festival, lingered in his memory longer than any war council or divine decree. Over the centuries, Hermes's roots changed. The shrines and statues built in his name eventually weathered, cracked, and were lost to moss and rain. Temples gave way to churches, then to cities of steel and light. But the habits, remained. In marketplaces across the Mediterranean, vendors still passed along messages. Tell your mother I have her spices. On footpaths in far-off lands, travelers still left small stones for others behind them, unconscious gestures of guidance. In whispered goodbyes and folded notes, in everyday directions and packages carefully wrapped, echoes of Hermes persisted. In modern times, few know to name him. Yet his presence remains in every postal worker, every thoughtful gesture, every quiet act of connection that holds a society together. The internet, many say, replaced Hermes, but perhaps that's not quite right. Maybe Hermes evolved. Maybe he walks unseen through fiber optics now, no longer with scrolls, but with silent algorithms and time zones, still ferrying thoughts, still carrying tone, still ensuring understanding. And perhaps if you've ever gotten a message exactly when you needed it, or delivered something just in time for someone else, you were walking his path. Too, because in the end, Hermes wasn't a god of messages. He was a god of connection. He believed that what happens between the big events, the errands, the glances, the pauses, is what actually shapes lives. And though his sandals no longer leave marks in marble or dust, the paths he carved still carry us. When most people think of Hercules, also called Heracles, they imagine heroic feats painted on pottery and carved into marble, a lion's corpse at his feet, a massive club in hand, muscles like knotted ropes beneath a hero's hide. They picture the 12 labors as a mythic checklist of impossible tasks. Slay this, fetch that. Wrestle some immortal beast and walk away unscathed. But the truth, buried under layers of dramatic retelling, is far more tedious. Yes, Hercules was strong, unimaginably so. But what gets left out of the story, the boring history, is that strength alone didn't carry him through. What carried him was a peculiar kind of patience, resilience, and a tolerance for the grinding, frustrating, and often deeply unheroic details that came with divine punishment. Because make no mistake, the 12 labors were not quests. They were chores, assigned by a king who wanted Hercules humiliated, exhausted, and ideally dead. That king was Eurystheus of Tiryns, a man known not for wisdom or bravery, but for being cautious, small-hearted, and overly fond of record-keeping. Zeus may have been Hercules' father, but that meant little to Eurystheus, who had been promised a divine arrangement. Hercules would serve him for 12 impossible labors to atone for his sins, chief among them the tragic slaying of his own family in a fit of madness sent by Hera. And so, from the very beginning, Hercules' tale was not one of glory, but of guilt. His strength, his legend, was born from sorrow and service. His first task? The Nemean lion. The part most people remember is that its hide was impenetrable, that Hercules strangled it with his bare hands and wore its skin thereafter as armor. But what they don't often mention is that he spent 3 full days just finding the beast, wandering up and down rocky hillsides, sleeping in ditches, asking shepherds if they'd seen anything suspicious. Big lion, doesn't bleed, growls like thunder. When he finally spotted the creature, it wasn't in some dramatic ambush. It was asleep, curled in a sunlit cave, twitching slightly in its dreams. Hercules watched it for hours, trying to guess its breathing rhythm so he could lunge with precision. He failed twice, earning deep gouges down his arm that took weeks to heal. It was not a clean fight. It was brutal, sloppy, the kind of brawl that left both combatants breathless and bloodied, even if only one of them actually bled. After finally killing the lion, Hercules tried to skin it, only to find that no blade could pierce its hide. He cursed loudly and inventively for hours. He tried fire, rock, even begged Athena in a moment of desperation. Eventually, he used one of the lion's own claws. It took an entire afternoon. He returned to Eurystheus covered in dirt, scratches, and lion fur, only for the king to recoil and order Hercules to leave the skin outside the city walls. A decree was made. Future reports of labor completions must be made from a safe distance. This was the rhythm of Hercules' life for years, task after task, and each one stranger, more tedious, and more inconvenient than the last. The second labor, the Lernaean Hydra, is often remembered for its cinematic potential. A snake with many heads. Chop one off, two more grow back. Glorious. Except it lived in a swamp, an actual sinking, mosquito-infested swamp. Hercules couldn't get footing. He slipped. He got stuck in mud up to his chest. His club was waterlogged. It wasn't until his nephew Iolaus suggested cauterizing the necks with a torch that they made progress. Even then, the battle was a slog. The air reeked. The buzzing of insects was constant. And when they were done, Hercules had to bury the immortal head under a rock because it wouldn't die. No prize, no display. Just mud, exhaustion, and a vague sense of dread. Eurystheus later declared this labor void because Iolaus had helped. So Hercules was given another. The third labor, capturing the Ceryneian hind, was even worse. It required no combat, just persistence. The hind was sacred to Artemis, golden-horned, fast as wind, and could not be harmed. Hercules had to track it, not chase it. Track it. He spent a year on this labor. One entire year. He followed hoofprints through mountains. He slept under trees, ate roots and berries, spoke with hunters and herdsmen. He learned to read moss growth to determine direction, learned to spot broken ferns and trampled soil. When he finally caught the creature, it was not with force, but with patience. He waited for it to drink from a stream. He looped his arm gently around its neck, whispered an apology to Artemis, and walked it slowly back toward Tiryns. This moment, perhaps more than any, revealed what Hercules had truly become. Not a brawler, not a brute, but a man who understood that some tasks require more than might. They require endurance, observation, stillness. These early labors carved something new into Hercules, not just reputation, but discipline. It was not the drama of slaying beasts that shaped him, but the repetition, the hours, the setbacks, the boredom. Between battles, he mended his clothes, cleaned his tools, bandaged his hands. He bartered with farmers for supplies, slept in haylofts, caught colds, got blisters, was bitten by things. There were days he didn't feel heroic. Days he missed the structure of combat, the simplicity of anger. Days where the most exhausting part of the labor was negotiating with local villagers who feared him or mocked him or demanded proof of payment before giving directions. And yet, he did not quit, because deep down Hercules believed in redemption, not just for himself, but for what a person could become through doing the work. The boring, necessary, unglamorous work. What myth rarely mentions is that halfway through his labors, Hercules began keeping a journal. Not for fame, but for memory, a way to remind himself that even the smallest details mattered, that hauling dung from Augeas' stables or capturing a maddened boar wasn't beneath him. That survival wasn't a single act, but a series of repeated efforts. He wrote things like, Day 12, Hydra heads buried, arms sore, mud in ears. Don't forget to thank Iolaus. Day 87, hind crossed stream near Pine Grove. Left hoofprints, shallow, moving slower. Day 202, boar not just fast, clever, avoided trap, must try deeper pit. These notes didn't become epic poetry, no bard sang them, but they were real, grounded, the evidence of a life lived in effort rather than ease. And so Hercules' legend grew not only because of what he defeated, but because of what he endured. Not only the monsters, but the endless days between them. Yet he wondered sometimes in the quiet hours, would anyone remember this part? The blisters, the boredom, the patience, or would they only remember the moments with teeth and fire? By the time Hercules began his fourth labor, something in him had changed. Not physically, though the marks of strain were evident, new calluses, a deeper furrow in his brow, a quiet exhaustion in his gait. No, the change was internal. He had stopped looking for glory. These tasks were not adventures, they were obligations, and he had come to accept that. His fourth labor? Capture the Erymanthian boar. Again, the tales make it sound impressive. Hercules, shouting through snowstorms, wrestling a monster pig into submission. But the truth was simpler and colder. He trudged through the rugged highlands of Arcadia in winter alone. The boar was fierce, yes, but what made this task miserable was the terrain. Loose rock, bitter winds, frostbite on his toes. He spent days climbing ridges just to spot hoofprints, and nights curled inside damp animal hides for warmth. He had to melt snow just to drink, forage dried bark for kindling, and wait, because the boar was not stupid. It would not be cornered. It knew these mountains better than any hunter. Eventually, Hercules set a trap using rope soaked in fermented fruit to lure the creature. The boar was drunk, furious, and difficult to lead back down the mountain, not because it fought, but because it kept sitting. And even after he dragged it back to Tiryns, half slipping the entire way, Eurystheus, in a moment of pure theatrical cowardice, leapt into a giant bronze jar to hide. That jar, legend says, became a permanent fixture in the palace courtyard. Hercules didn't even bother to laugh. He was already thinking about the next labor, cleaning the Augean stables. Now this surely seemed beneath a demigod. No snarling monsters, no traps. Just filth. But it was a clever insult from Eurystheus. The stables had not been cleaned in decades, thousands of oxen, a mountain of waste so vast it had become a local landmark. The goal was humiliation. But Hercules was tired of playing the fool. Instead of tackling it by hand, he rerouted two rivers, the Alpheus and Peneus, cutting through the stable walls to allow the rushing water to carry the waste away. The plan worked brilliantly, too brilliantly. Eurystheus again declared the labor void, claiming it didn't count because Hercules had accepted a reward from King Augeas. Whether this was true or not was beside the point. Hercules didn't fight it. He simply nodded and moved on, and that perhaps was the most exhausting part of the labors, not the tasks, but the rejections. Over and over again, Hercules completed the impossible, only to be told it wasn't good enough. He was sent next to chase the Stymphalian birds, metal-feathered creatures who screeched loud enough to crack stone, but they lived in a marsh. Again, the terrain was the real threat. Hercules couldn't move quietly. The mud sucked at his feet and the air was choked with rot. He crafted a rattle, a crotala, from bronze, gifted by Athena. With it, he startled the birds into flight and shot them from the sky with arrows tipped in Hydra blood. But the bodies of the birds were never recovered. They fell into the lake. Eurystheus, as expected, was skeptical. And so it continued. Capture the Cretan bull. A week of slow tracking, even slower taming. The bull wasn't evil. It was angry. Abandoned, confused. Hercules approached it not as a warrior, but as a quiet presence guiding it rather than subduing it. Steal the mares of Diomedes, wild horses fed on human flesh. This one did require force, but even here, Hercules first tried negotiation. He spoke with the grooms, studied the patterns, realized the animal's madness came from mistreatment. Only after Diomedes himself was fed to them did they calm. Dark, yes, but necessary. And again Hercules didn't rejoice. He simply led the horses away quietly and handed them over. By the time he approached the final 3 labors, he had begun to see a pattern. These tasks weren't just punishments. They were lessons. Tests not only of strength but of character. The belt of Hippolyta, the cattle of Geryon, the apples of the Hesperides. Each of these involved negotiation, diplomacy, delay. Hercules began approaching his tasks less like a hero, more like a diplomat who just happened to carry a club. He met people, learned names, ate with enemies, lost sleep making decisions about when to fight and when to wait. It was during the Hesperides labor that he truly grasped how far he had come. The golden apples were guarded by nymphs and a dragon, Ladon, and the only person who knew their precise location was Atlas, the Titan who held up the sky. Hercules didn't rush in. He found Atlas, offered to hold the heavens temporarily while Atlas fetched the apples. It worked. But then Atlas, free from his burden, decided not to return. So Hercules, thinking quickly, agreed, but asked Atlas to take the sky back for just a moment, so I can adjust the padding on my shoulder. Atlas agreed, and Hercules stepped aside. It was cunning, not force. He was no longer simply a strong man, he was a strategist. And finally, Labor 12, capturing Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of the underworld. This time, no weapons, no trickery. He had to confront death itself. But Hercules had learned something along the way, how to walk into danger slowly, mindfully. He approached Hades not with demands, but with courtesy, asked permission, was told he could take Cerberus only if he subdued the beast barehanded, which he did. It was a quiet ending. No battle, just a long, careful walk back to the surface, a massive hound in tow, and no glory trumpet sounding. When Mikaos, the final labor was complete, Hercules was free. Eurystheus, finally humbled, offered him gold, land, status. Hercules declined, because after all those years, all those endless chores and near deaths and dismissals, he understood something rare. Greatness isn't forged in thrones or temples. It's built in repetition, in tasks no one praises, in doing what's right again and again, even when no one is watching, especially when no one is watching. But still, he wondered, would people remember this part of the story? Would they remember the patience, the planning, the painful humility, or just the monsters? When the final labor was completed and Cerberus returned to the underworld unharmed, Hercules stood not as a triumphant hero, but as a man quietly relieved to be finished. Not just with the chores, but with the eyes of others, gods, kings, poets, watching every move, expecting him to be more than mortal, more than flawed. He was free. And yet, freedom, after so many years of purpose, felt hollow. There was no parade, no great inscription carved into stone, no crowd chanting his name, just Hercules standing at the gates of Tiryns, sun on his shoulders, the scent of dust and olive trees in the air, wondering what came next. He returned to his small dwelling outside. The city walls, a modest place with a clay roof and a tree stump worn smooth from sharpening tools. It had remained untouched, almost forgotten during the years of labor. When he stepped inside, everything felt smaller than he remembered. The world had changed, or perhaps he had. What follows in the myths are scattered tales, Hercules joining, Jason and the Argonauts, freeing Prometheus, falling in love, losing loved ones, and eventually ascending to Olympus. These are often told as disconnected episodes, more legend than life, but those years in between, the quiet ones, were real and rarely remembered. For a time, Hercules tried to live like others. He mended tools, helped neighbors repair roofs, sat under fig trees and let the wind brush his face. He found comfort in repetition, the same kind that had shaped him through his labors. Yet there was something unsettling too. In markets and taverns, people whispered, children pointed. Some begged for his protection, others for him to perform tricks of strength to lift oxen or crush stones. They wanted the Hercules they'd heard about, not the one who spent years cleaning manure and navigating politics. One day, a young man approached him in the square. "Did you really kill the Hydra?" he asked, eyes wide. "Did it bleed fire? Were you scared?" Hercules paused, the sun hot on his back. "No," he said softly. "It bled like anything else, and yes, I was afraid." The boy looked disappointed. He ran off, leaving Hercules alone with the fruit vendor's goat, which had begun chewing on his cloak. He realized then that the stories had already begun to drift. In people's minds, the labors were no longer about resilience or failure or cleverness. They were spectacles, compressed into single phrases. He tamed the bull, he took the apples, he fought death. The pain, the planning, the long nights in the cold, forgotten. He wondered, not bitterly but curiously, is that the nature of history? That the boring parts are the most important and the most likely to be erased? Eventually, Hercules left the public eye, not because he was ashamed, but because he had outgrown the performance. He continued to serve quietly, taking small tasks. A broken wheel here, a bandit route cleared there. He never sought thanks. He never sought fame. One spring, in a small village that had never heard his name, a widow asked him to help lift stones for a wall. He did. No one knew he was a demigod. No one cared. And for the first time in years, Hercules felt peace. He lived like that for some time, quiet, useful, until, as myth tells it, tragedy returned. Through love and betrayal and misunderstanding, he was poisoned by a tunic soaked in the blood of Nessus. His body burned, and the gods, moved by his suffering, finally lifted him to Olympus. That part, the ascension, is often told with trumpets and fire. But what really mattered was what he left behind. Not statues, not songs, but the legacy of effort. Across Greece, people still told stories of a man who endured, who completed the tasks no one else wanted, who kept going, even when others questioned his worth. Farmers who cleaned their fields thought of Hercules. Fathers who rose before dawn to mend roofs before work thought of Hercules. Mothers who carried water for miles, who cooked, cleaned, and held the family together. They were Hercules, not because they fought monsters, but because they finished what needed doing. The true greatness of Hercules was not his strength. It was his willingness to do the work, over and over, without applause, without shortcuts, without hope that it would be remembered correctly. And even now, perhaps you've had moments like that. Long days, quiet tasks, no reward, no audience. But you did them anyway. And in that quiet, honest labor, you walked beside Hercules, not the myth, but the man. When people speak of the Olympian gods, they often mention the dramatic ones. Zeus with his thunder, Poseidon with his storms, Athena with her battle wisdom. But rarely does anyone start with Hestia. And yet, in ancient Greece, she was the first, God honored in every prayer. Not because she roared or punished or dazzled, but because she remained. Hestia was the goddess of the hearth, of the fire that burned at the center of every home, every city, every temple. She had no myths of vengeance, no grand quests, no symbols of conquest. Her gift was stillness, stability, a flame kept alive through generations, and in a world of gods who demanded attention, Hestia simply was. Every Greek home, whether it belonged to a wealthy merchant in Corinth or a shepherd on a hillside, had a hearth, and every hearth had a flame, and every flame in spirit, if not in origin, was Hestia, not just as a symbol, but as a daily presence. When a child was born, their first formal introduction to the household gods happened before Hestia's fire. When meals were prepared, offerings were made into the flames, bits of bread, drops of oil, a whisper of thanks. When someone died, their spirit was honored by sitting quietly near the hearth, letting memory settle into the embers. There were no festivals thrown for Hestia, no theatrical processions. Her temples were modest, her statues rare, but in every act of daily life, in cooking, storytelling, quiet evening conversations, she was there. The fire was never to be allowed to go out, and this simple rule, across generations, became a quiet but powerful form of discipline. Someone always had to tend the flame, day and night, in winter, in war, in famine. Hestia's flame was not metaphor. It was literal, practical, and absolutely essential. Even the mighty city of Delphi, famed for Apollo's oracle, kept Hestia's eternal flame burning at its center. And when new colonies were founded, settlers would bring a small coal from the mother city's hearth to ignite the new fire, thus extending Hestia's presence into new lands. In this way, she connected not only households, but civilizations. Unlike the other gods, Hestia never left Olympus. Not once. She did not descend to meddle in mortal affairs. She did not fall in love or rage or compete. She stayed, tending the central hearth of the gods, just as her followers did below. You might think that made her passive, unimportant. But, in fact, it made her indispensable. For every dramatic event in Greek mythology, the wars, the betrayals, the heroics, there was always a home to return to. A fire still burning. A place where one could eat, warm their hands, and speak honestly. That place was hers. Even in the humblest villages, the oldest woman in the household, often a grandmother, was seen as the keeper of Hestia. Not a priestess, not a mystic, just someone who made sure the coals didn't die, that bread was warm, and that silence could be comforting. This too was religion. But beyond temples and rituals, Hestia's influence shaped how Greeks thought about life. To tend a hearth was not simply to cook or keep warm, it was to preserve continuity, to create space where stories were passed down, disputes were softened, children were calmed. In a world of uncertainty, floods, droughts, raids, Hestia was the quiet promise that something would remain stable. and for women especially, she was a model not of submission, but of power through presence. While Athena was praised for her strategy and Artemis for her independence, Hestia offered strength through steadiness. She was not loud, but she was heard. Not forceful, but she was central. She made space for others without diminishing herself. In Sparta, where warriors trained from youth, the hearth was the only part of the home considered sacred. In Athens, where philosophy blossomed, every debate ended with a libation to Hestia. She was the first and last in every gathering. Even when political assemblies opened, her name was invoked before any law was discussed. Why? Because to debate a city's fate without first honoring the flame that kept it alive was unthinkable. Hestia's role may have seemed boring. She had no wild myths to chase, no lovers or enemies to battle, but she represented something even the gods needed, a constant, a center. The knowledge that no matter what happened, someone had stayed behind to keep the fire lit. Still, one wonders, why did she fade from memory? Why, in modern times, is her name the quietest among Olympus? Perhaps because her strength was too ordinary, too familiar, too easy to overlook. But isn't that always the case? Isn't it always the quiet roles, the ones done every day without applause, that matter most? As the fire crackled in 1,000 homes each night, Hestia asked for nothing, but she gave everything. There is a reason Hestia was called the first and last. Not only did every offering in ancient Greece begin and end with her, but symbolically she anchored both the start and close of life cycles. She was not a goddess of beginnings or endings. She was the goddess of what remained throughout. And in that way, Hestia's influence was felt more widely than even the gods who thundered across the sky or ruled the oceans. Because every Greek, from peasant to priest, touched her domain daily. Imagine the streets of a bustling Athenian neighborhood, men talking politics, women exchanging figs at the market, children weaving between clay pots. Amid all this movement, what each home shared, what each soul returned to, was the hearth. It was a small circular pit surrounded by stones or bricks, where firewood was burned throughout the day. A pot might rest above it, bread might rise beside it. But more than function, the hearth was a spiritual anchor, a place where the family centered itself, where decisions were made, where disputes were resolved, where memories lingered. And that fire, it wasn't just warmth, it was a legacy. If the hearth fire died, it was more than inconvenience, it was shame. It suggested neglect, spiritual absence, or worse, divine disapproval. Reviving it wasn't as simple as striking flint. There were rites. Ashes had to be swept respectfully. A new flame needed to be borrowed, often from a neighbor, or ideally, a communal flame. In some towns there was a public hearth, a sacred fire watched constantly by priestesses or elder women, kept burning for the entire city. This flame was used to reignite household hearths during festivals, disasters, or after long absences. Thus, Hestia's flame was a quiet form of infrastructure, linking house to house, city to city. While other gods were worshipped with fanfare and spectacle, Hestia was worshipped in habits. Small, consistent acts, a mother blowing gently on coals in the morning, a child learning to add twigs just right to keep the flame alive, an elderly man staring into the embers after supper, remembering stories his grandfather once told in the same glow. There's something profoundly human about a god who did not ask for war or wisdom or loyalty, but for care. And Hestia's care, they extended far beyond the physical hearth. The concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, was indirectly governed by her flame. To welcome someone into your home, to share your food, to offer rest near your fire, was not just generosity. It was religious duty. The hearth was the first place a guest saw. Often, water was offered beside it, sometimes a chair or blanket. In some cases, even enemies were allowed rest beside the hearth before discussion began. There all was safe, even if only temporarily. In this way, Hestia's presence offered something divine no other Olympian could. A pause, a breath, a space between conflict and decision. It wasn't just homes that housed her fire. Temples, no, matter their patron deity. always included a hearth at the center. It was from here that the sanctuary's purity radiated. Priests lit ceremonial torches from this core flame. Offerings began here. Even festivals that honored other gods, Dionysus, Apollo, Athena, still included a gesture to Hestia, without whom no ritual could truly begin. Even legal courts included her in their proceedings. Before a case was heard, a small offering was made, perhaps oil or incense, to ensure that justice proceeded in an environment of clarity and calm. This tells us something vital about Greek society. They believed that home came before everything, that no civic act, no sacrifice, no negotiation could be meaningful unless rooted in the stillness and stability that Hestia represented. And yet, Hestia herself never boasted, never intervened, never punished those who forgot her name. In fact, there's a famous myth, one of the few that directly involves her, where both Apollo and Poseidon seek her hand in marriage. Hestia refuses both. She approaches Zeus and asks that she be permitted to remain forever a virgin, forever unbound, free to keep her place at the hearth of Olympus. Zeus, moved by her clarity, grants the wish. She becomes, in effect, the first Olympian to remove herself from hierarchy. She chooses not power, not partnership, but presence. She will not rule, but she will remain. She will not conquer, but she will connect. And that choice, subtle, quiet, reverberated through centuries of daily life. Even Roman religion adopted her under the name Vesta, and there too she remained a central figure, her eternal flame guarded by the Vestal Virgins, a prestigious and powerful role for women in a patriarchal society. But in later centuries, as political systems centralized power and new religions focused on louder, more declarative forms of worship, Hestia began to fade. Her name appeared less often in stone. Her flame was symbolically replaced by icons, texts, temples made of brick instead of fire. And yet, even today, when someone says home or speaks of the warmth of a kitchen or lights a candle during moments of grief or reflection, they are, perhaps unknowingly, reaching for what Hestia once embodied. Because her domain was never just about firewood or embers. It was about meaningful presence in ordinary moments. In caring for the fire, people cared for one another. Still, one might ask, in a world of constant movement, do we still carry that kind of presence? Are there still hearths, not physical but emotional, being tended in silence? By the later centuries of the classical era, many of the loud, spectacle-driven deities of Olympus had shifted in cultural importance. Some gods became symbols, others absorbed local customs, or were gradually replaced by new philosophies and beliefs. But Hestia, quiet, constant Hestia, simply faded from public consciousness. Not with protest, not with tragedy. She simply stepped back, just as she always had. But to say she disappeared would be a mistake. She lingered in habits, in rituals, in architecture. Her hearth was no longer invoked by name, but its shape remained in the circular kitchens of Mediterranean homes, in the layout of communal fire pits, and in the instinct people felt to gather around warmth and light. In times of famine, during plague, families still found themselves circling inward toward a flame. They whispered stories. They broke bread. They sat in silence together, the flicker of fire reflecting in their eyes. Even as temples crumbled and gods fell from favor, people still knew how to sit around firelight. In this way, Hestia never truly left. She endured not as a statue, but as a gesture. A habit passed from mother to child, from neighbor to neighbor. When cities were burned during war, it was often the communal hearth that was relit first. When someone returned from battle or voyage, they were welcomed not with feasts, but with a simple seat by the fire. And when someone died, mourners often sat by the flame until it dimmed, marking their departure not with noise, but with silence. This was the theology of Hestia, unspoken, unrecorded, but real. In later Roman times, the cult of Vesta formalized this instinct. The Vestal Virgins were tasked with maintaining the sacred flame that symbolized the security of Rome itself. If the fire went out, it was seen as an omen of collapse. These women were revered, not for their loudness, but for their constancy. It was an echo of what Hestia had always been, the understanding that what you keep alive quietly matters more than what you conquer loudly. There are stories, apocryphal perhaps, of people who, even centuries after her worship officially ended, whispered her name when lighting a candle, who bowed their heads briefly when adding wood to the fire, not knowing why, as though muscle memory had remembered something the mind had long forgotten. Even in modern times, the essence of Hestia is everywhere. In the candlelight at vigils, in the kitchen where family gathers, even when the living room is bigger, in the scent of food that draws people home, in the quiet moment before a conversation begins, when two people sit across from one another, warmed by shared space. This is her true domain. Not marble columns or chants in ancient Greek, but moments of return. And it begs the question, in a world that no longer keeps literal hearths, who tends Hestia's fire now? Perhaps it's the nurse who works overnight shifts, ensuring the same level of care at 3 a.m. as at noon. Perhaps it's the parent who wakes early to pack a lunch, not for thanks, but because it's needed. Perhaps it's the friend who keeps checking in even when there's no crisis, just routine. These are acts of warmth, of constancy, of showing up. And whether we know it or not, they are all sparks of Hestia. Because home, true home, is not a place, it's a presence. A feeling that you are seen, safe and held. And if you've ever created that space for someone else, even once, then you have walked in the quiet footsteps of a goddess who never left Olympus and never left us. In the end, we may never build temples to Hestia again. But if we keep space for one another, if we pause to tend to the little fires that keep life gentle and whole, her flame still burns. When gods are spoken of, they are often framed through power. Thunder, war, sea, sun. But there is another kind of power, less loud, less dramatic, but far more enduring. The power to feed. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was that kind of god. She was not just a deity of crops, but of patience, of cycles, of care. Her domain was not forged with lightning or shaped by conquest. It was grown slowly in soil. In every village, in every field scattered across ancient Greece, Demeter's presence was felt with each turn of the plough. Her breath was in the breeze that rippled through wheat, her tears in the droughts that turned the earth to dust. But she was not mournful by nature. She was watchful. To worship Demeter was to understand waiting, to plant a seed and believe something would come of it. That was faith. And in a time before machines, where every meal depended on a stable rhythm of sun and rain, she was among the most vital gods. Not because she was feared, but because she was needed. Every year at the start of planting season, small offerings were made to her. A sprinkle of barley, a handful of honey, a loaf of last year's bread, crumbled back into the ground. Farmers didn't expect thunderous blessings. They hoped for moderation. No floods, no pestilence, just time enough to grow. And so Demeter's story was written not in epic battles, but in the mundane. She watched the work of men and women bent over the earth, their hands cracked from labor. She followed the rhythms of seasons, not in glory but in gravity. She understood that the most important things, food, family, survival, were often boring, often slow, often overlooked. In this way, Demeter was not simply a goddess of grain. She was a goddess of resilience. It is telling that in Homer's hymn to Demeter, her most famous myth is not one of destruction or conquest, but of grief and negotiation. The loss of her daughter Persephone to the underworld led Demeter not to war but to withdrawal. She stopped the crops, paused the rains, froze the growing season, not in vengeance but in mourning, and in doing so she taught the gods something no war ever could, that to disrupt daily life, food, growth, care, was to bring the world to its knees. When Persephone was returned for part of each year, Demeter allowed the earth to bloom again. Not all at once, not with fireworks, just quietly. Shoots breaking soil, buds returning, life resuming. And so the agricultural year in Greece was shaped by this cycle: planting, growing, harvest, fallow. Seasons not of conquest, but of coexistence. In every granary and storehouse, her presence was honored. Farmers traced her name in the dust. Women whispered prayers to her while kneading bread. Children scattered barley in rituals without fully knowing why. Demeter was present in every bowl of porridge, every loaf of crusted bread, every handful of figs shared at sunset. But there was something deeper in her worship, something communal. Unlike the solitary strength of Hercules or the wrathful precision of Artemis, Demeter's rituals were often collective. The Thesmophoria, for example, was a women's-only festival held across Greece, especially in Athens. It wasn't grand. There were no sacrifices of animals, no epic displays. Instead, women gathered. They fasted. They buried symbolic offerings, rotted. Pigs, pine branches, sacred cakes in pits, then later retrieved them to mix into the soil. It sounds strange to modern ears, but this was sacred composting. The act of returning what had died to the earth so it might feed what was to come. It was agriculture as ritual. Death and rebirth, seen not as opposites, but as neighbors. Even in literature, Demeter is often portrayed less like a goddess and more like a mother, one who plants not just seeds, but stability, who waits without complaint, who gives without demand. And yet, like many such figures, her importance was often misunderstood. People feared Zeus, envied Aphrodite, admired Apollo, but they depended on Demeter, quietly, without spectacle, and as city-states grew and grain began to be imported from larger regions like Egypt and Sicily, the connection between food and earth, the personal, patient work, began to shift. Bread still came, but it came from ships, not soil, and Demeter slowly became a background figure. Her temples remained, but her fields emptied. Still, in the rural corners, far from marble cities, Demeter was never forgotten. In villages clinging to the edges of mountains, where goats climbed narrow paths and olives ripened in silence, her name still passed between lips like a quiet acknowledgement. In every harvest, a bit of the crop was still left behind, for her. Not because she demanded it, but because she had earned it by staying, by serving, by being the constant rhythm beneath every dramatic note of myth and empire. Still, one wonders, in a world where food arrives pre-packaged, where seasons blur into air conditioning and fluorescent light, can we still recognize the slow sacred power of growing something from the dirt? And if we forget to honor it, do we risk forgetting Demeter altogether? In the rural heartlands of ancient Greece, a harvest was not a celebration, it was a reckoning. When the sickles swept through golden barley fields, they did more than slice stalks. They determined whether a village would eat or go hungry. These were not feasts of plenty, but balances of risk. Too little rain in spring, too much wind during pollination, or a single infestation could undo a year's worth of work. This was Demeter's world, not the vibrant festivals often associated with gods, but the quiet margins of survival. Every community depended on her, and not just spiritually. The calendar itself was structured around her rhythms. In Attica, the Paeanopsia marked the start of sowing season in October, and with it came ritual offerings to Demeter. In late spring, the Thargelia honored the first fruits, and each harvest, large or small, was bookended by ceremonies thanking the goddess for what had come, and gently pleading for what was next. And yet, for all the reverence, Demeter's true power came not through worship, but through practice. Let's look at the daily lives shaped by her influence. The farmers who rose before dawn not out of ambition, but necessity, turning the soil with wooden plows that jolted against hidden stones. Their backs bent not just under labor, but under generations of tradition, planting as their grandfathers had, praying to the same gods in the same breath. The women whose domain was not just the hearth, but the grain room. They measured carefully. They soaked, pounded, and sieved. Making bread was not merely domestic work, it was sacred continuity. In kneading, they remembered. In baking, they honored. Each loaf was both sustenance and symbol. The children, tasked with gathering wild herbs or guarding goats, grew up learning not to waste, not to rush, and not to take a full basket for granted. And within all these roles was Demeter, never seen, rarely spoken aloud, but always there. The tools used in these tasks were simple: woven baskets, stone mills, clay ovens. There was no spectacle, no divine lightning, just rope, grain, and hands. And through them, Demeter's influence passed down, embedded in calluses and recipes. One of the most telling practices was the communal granary. In many villages, a portion of each harvest was placed into a shared store. It was used in hard years, in lean winters, or when someone's personal crop had failed. This wasn't merely economics, it was sacred duty. Failing to contribute to the communal store was seen as not just selfish, but impious. Demeter's teachings had become ethics, and perhaps this is what made her quietly revolutionary. In a world where gods often punished or seduced or boasted, Demeter's message was practical and profound. What you grow is not yours alone. Food was not hoarded, it was shared. Not wasted, it was preserved. Meals weren't private, but communal. Even the smallest offering, a few lentils, a twist of garlic, was enough if it was given with care. Her greatest myth, the abduction of Persephone and the mourning that followed, reflected this philosophy. Because during Demeter's grief, when she wandered the earth disguised as an old woman, she did not rage through cities or summon storms. She refused to eat. She sat near wells. She spoke softly. She worked as a nursemaid for a mortal child, tending the flame in another woman's hearth. And through that stillness, she taught an entire civilization the power of attention. Eventually, she revealed herself, not with fire, but with function. She showed them how to grow grain, how to store it, how to time the rains. She gave them agriculture, not as a gift, but as a lesson. From this came the Eleusinian Mysteries, a series of secretive rites held in her honor. We know little of what was said inside the walls of Eleusis. The ceremonies were kept sacred, the silence unbroken. But the theme, it is believed, was renewal, the life that comes after death. The grain that dies in the soil only to rise again as wheat. This wasn't metaphor to the Greeks. This was reality. Year after year they buried seeds and waited. Year after year they hoped Demeter would allow them to rise, and in this act of trust, this cooperation with nature, they embedded a worldview. That survival was not guaranteed. That growth required both labor and luck. That reverence was not about praise, but participation. It's easy now, in an age of convenience, to forget this. Bread comes sliced, sealed in plastic. Fruit arrives, year-round, flown in from places we'll never visit. The grocery store has replaced the field. The work is no longer visible, but Demeter's world, the real work, still lives beneath it, in the hands of farmers who still depend on weather, in the kitchens where someone still kneads dough from scratch, in the rooftop gardens of city apartments, where people grow tomatoes for no reason other than to grow them. These acts are not quaint. They are echoes. Every seed that is planted with care, every harvest celebrated in quiet relief, is a continuation of her story. Still, as the modern world accelerates, a question stirs like wind across empty fields. If we forget how to grow, how to wait, how to share, will we also forget who fed us in the first place? When the myths of Greece finally quieted, when the temples grew cold and the statues weathered, Demeter's legacy didn't vanish. It sank into the soil. You see, the gods of thunder and victory, of beauty and war, require people to remember their names. But Demeter's worship was different. She had never asked for praise, only care, only attention, and even when her stories were forgotten, the shape of her story remained, etched into the rhythms of how humans grew food, shared meals, and passed seasons together. Take, for instance, the simple act of saving seeds. It may seem trivial, but in the ancient world, it was everything. After harvest, a portion of grain was carefully chosen, dried and stored, not to eat but to sow again. These seeds were not random. They were the best of the field, the strongest, the most fruitful, and they were set aside year after year, so that future harvests could thrive. This practice was not scientific, it was sacred. It was hope, stored in burlap sacks. It was trust that the earth would respond again, and it was memory, a lived understanding that today's bread began as last. Years' patience. Demeter was in that memory, not as a statue in a temple, but as a habit passed quietly from hand to hand. In many villages, women sang while threshing grain, not elaborate hymns, just soft rhythmic verses about rain, about mothers, about hunger and bounty. These weren't performances, they were tools, ways to mark time, to teach rhythm, to stay present. In their own way, these songs were prayers, because to live close to the land is to live in relationship, with the sky, with the dirt, with the unknown. You can't rush wheat, you can't force vines to bloom. You can only prepare and wait and hope. This is where Demeter's power outshines even Zeus. Thunder may frighten, fire may dazzle, but consistency feeds. And in a civilization built on stories, perhaps the most remarkable part of Demeter's myth is that she left. When Persephone was taken, Demeter did not call war. She withdrew, she withheld, and in doing so, she showed humanity what it meant to be without food, without rhythm, without continuity. It was not punishment, it was a lesson, one that resonated for centuries, that to ignore the foundations of survival is to invite collapse. Even when civilization expanded and empires replaced city-states, Demeter's core message remained. You could see it in Roman grain laws, where public stores were created to prevent famine, in the sacred rites of Ceres, her Roman counterpart, where grain was offered back to the land before the first sheaves were taken. The myth evolved, but the principle didn't. Respect what feeds you, even now in times of disaster. It is not wealth or weaponry that secures a people. It is food, fields, water, a working system of planting and gathering, and the people who do that work, quietly, without applause, are walking in Demeter's shadow, whether they know her, name or not. So too are the parents who budget carefully for groceries, the bakers who rise before dawn, the gardeners who coax tomatoes from balconies, the volunteers who fill food pantries week after week with no promise of thanks. These are the laborers of the modern harvest. Their tools have changed, steel ovens instead of clay hearths, digital scales instead of hand weighing. But the intention is the same. To feed is to love, to grow is to believe, to share is to worship. And Demeter, goddess of the slow, the cyclical, the deeply necessary, still lingers in these acts. She is not on currency, she is not a trending hashtag, but she is present, in every pantry, in every recipe written in a grandmother's handwriting, in every child learning where food comes from, not just the store, but the earth. And if we forget these truths, if we forget that harvest is not an event, but a relationship, we risk losing more than tradition. We risk losing resilience, because when the myths fall quiet and the columns fall and the world changes again, it will not be the flashiest gods we look to. It will be Demeter. And we'll ask the same question we've asked for thousands of years. Can we grow again? In the sun-splashed heights of Mount Parnassus, nestled among ridged stone and circling eagles, stood the sanctuary of Delphi, hallowed ground, famed far beyond the borders of Greece. It was the navel of the world, the omphalos, marked by a rounded stone that hummed, they said, with cosmic knowledge. People came from every direction, kings, generals, merchants, shepherds, to hear the will of Apollo spoken through the mouth of the Pythia. But behind the spectacle, the incense, the garlands, the sacred chants, was a much quieter truth. Many of the most powerful prophecies didn't begin with smoke or song. They began with sleep. Delphi was a place of stillness as much as sound, and though Apollo is remembered for light, clarity, and precision, his temple was also a haven for uncertainty. The truth, it turned out, often whispered itself not in lightning bolts, but in dreams. The Pythia, the oracle priestess chosen to speak for Apollo, was often portrayed as dramatic, seated on a tripod, inhaling vapors, her eyes rolled back, speaking in riddles. But that was only one part of the process. Far less known and far more common was a quieter ritual practiced in the temple's side chambers and surrounding groves, incubation. Before receiving a prophecy, many visitors were encouraged to sleep under laurel trees in chambered rooms, beside softly trickling springs. They were told to fast, to bathe, and to pray, not for answers, but for receptiveness. They were not there to demand clarity, but to allow it. This practice, known as enkoimesis, was ancient even in Apollo's time. People would lie still, breathe slowly, and open themselves to divine dreams. In these moments, between wakefulness and sleep, many claimed they heard voices, saw symbols, understood something they had never grasped before, not from the priestess, not from Apollo directly, but from within. You might expect a place like Delphi to reject such personal revelations, but instead they were woven into the process. The dream was not dismissed, it was discussed. The Pythia might interpret it, a temple priest might offer counsel, but more often than not, the dream was accepted as a form of divine communication in itself, and in this we see something subtle but profound. Delphi did not give answers. It created space for reflection. Even those who heard the Pythia speak aloud, her voice shaped by Apollo's will, still had to make sense of riddles. You will go, you will return, never in war will you perish. Was that a promise? A warning? The truth was, prophecy at Delphi wasn't about prediction. It was about perspective, and dreams were the doorway. Many who visited never even met the Pythia. They came for the air, the quiet, the long hours of waiting beside the temple walls. They left with no pronouncement, but with a changed mind. Some began to think the real oracle was the pause Delphi forced upon them. The sanctuary's architecture reinforced this. There were no grand halls for debate, no arena, only pathways, groves, narrow chambers. You were meant to move slowly, to reflect. Apollo, though a god of reason and sunlight, made room for dreaming. Even his symbols were gentle. The lyre, the laurel, the swan, the priests tended fires, the springs flowed steadily, and the pilgrims, often too exhausted to rush, simply sat, waited, dozed. Dreams at Delphi were not seen as hallucination. They were seen as messages softened by the soul, a way for the divine to speak without overwhelming. And many of those who dreamed, farmers, widows, soldiers, claimed their visions changed them more than any spoken oracle. There's a quiet story passed down in temple scrolls, not mythic, but local, of a man named Cleon, a stonemason from Thessaly. He came to Delphi grieving the loss of his daughter. He sought not revenge nor wisdom, but comfort. He slept beneath a laurel tree after 3 days of fasting. That night, he dreamed of a small cracked jar mended with gold thread. When he awoke, no priest could interpret it, but Cleon said he understood. His daughter was gone, but her memory remained, and in it he would mend his life. He left Delphi with no official prophecy, only peace. And perhaps that was the truest function of the sanctuary, to remind people that truth is not always delivered with certainty, that sometimes rest reveals more than reason, that sleep, so often dismissed as idle, can be a sacred state of attention without effort. But today we rarely make space for such reflection. We wake with alarms, we power through exhaustion, we treat sleep as a break from life, rather than a place within it. And so we must ask, what truths are we missing simply because we no longer listen to our dreams? The temple of Apollo at Delphi was famous for its riddles, but beneath the marble columns and inscribed proverbs, it quietly held something more valuable, a place to be still. Pilgrims came in droves carrying coins, questions, and anxiety. They came from places ravaged by war, from homes torn by illness, from courts tangled in disputes. They came seeking answers, but left more often than not with perspective, and often it was found not at the tripod, but in dreams. Not in the Pythia's voice, but in the hush that surrounded her. That hush was intentional. From the winding path up Mount Parnassus to the gentle curve of the temple's portico, everything at Delphi was designed to slow you down. Visitors were discouraged from rushing. Even speech was softened within the sanctuary. Priests moved quietly. Prayers were whispered. Visitors waited, sometimes for days, before any priest acknowledged them. Why? Because Apollo, despite his brightness, was a god of order, and order begins in silence. The oracular chamber, called the Aditon, was not open to the public. It was small, dimly lit, and steeped in ritual. But the outer areas, sleeping chambers, groves, colonnades, were more accessible. And this is where the dreaming happened. Visitors who weren't deemed ready to approach the Pythia, or who came without official sponsorship, were guided toward incubation instead. They were encouraged to lie down on stone benches or mats of woven rushes. They were told to think, to breathe, and then to stop thinking altogether. Sometimes they waited days for a dream. Sometimes nothing came. But the temple's teachings made one thing clear: insight could not be forced. The temple priests often quoted a proverb inscribed above the entrance, "Know thyself." It sounds simple. But at Delphi it wasn't an answer. It was a challenge. To know yourself, you had to pause. To listen not to the gods, but to your own heart. And that, the priest believed, happened most clearly during sleep. They were not alone in this belief. Dreams were sacred throughout ancient Greece. In Homer's Odyssey, dreams are portrayed as gates, one of horn, through which true dreams pass, and one of ivory, through which false ones slip. In Asclepian healing temples, dreams were used diagnostically, sometimes more trusted than physical symptoms. But at Delphi, the dream was not a diagnosis. It was a doorway. In the soft quiet of early morning, visitors would wake and report their dreams to temple attendants, not for interpretation, but for integration. The dream wasn't decoded, it was discussed. The priests rarely gave direct answers. Instead, they'd ask questions in return. What did the mountain feel like when you stood on it? Was the lion angry or just loud? Did you walk toward the light or away from it? In this way, they mirrored the dream back to the dreamer, allowing them to draw meaning, not from divine authority, but from themselves. And over time, a pattern emerged. Those who came seeking war often left hesitant. Those who came craving success often returned home humbled. Those who came grieving left lighter. A marquis. Sanctuary had shifted them, not with revelation, but with restraint, even in myth. Apollo's most powerful moments come not through fury, but through redirection. He warned Paris with a whisper. He guided Hector's fate with a feather touch of the bowstring. He did not shout, he nudged. Delphi was his echo. It was not designed to convince, but to clarify, and dreams were its gentlest tool. There is a lesser-known account of a woman named Aglaia, recorded in fragmented temple texts. She was not a queen or priestess, just a midwife from Boeotia. She arrived at Delphi after losing her own child during birth. Local records show she did not approach the Pythia. She asked for no prophecy. She simply slept. For 3 days she rested in the sanctuary's grove. On the 4th, she dreamed of water seeping into dry earth, disappearing at first, then slowly rising again as green shoots. She told no one what it meant. But when she left Delphi, she returned not to mourning, but to mentoring. She trained younger midwives. She blessed mothers with herbs. She taught women how to breathe through pain. She had not heard Apollo's voice. She had remembered her own. This, Delphi taught, that stillness can be medicine, and that dreams, far from illusions, can be bridges to healing. And so the question arises. In our world of noise and urgency, could a modern Delphi exist? Not a temple, perhaps, but a practice, a deliberate step back, a place, mental or physical, where insight is allowed to emerge, slowly, in the silence between thoughts. Because, what if the answers we seek aren't hidden? What if they're simply waiting for us to stop speaking long enough to hear them? By the later days of Delphi's prime, the sanctuary had grown into a vast complex. Temples, treasuries, winding paths, and guest houses. Pilgrims still poured in, bringing gifts of silver and questions wrapped in parchment. Kings brought gold. City-states brought politics. But the soul of the temple had not changed. People still came to sleep. The outer chambers of the temple, known as the coimateria, were lined with mats and low stone benches. Some rooms looked out over olive groves, others into shaded courtyards where laurel trees rustled in the wind. These spaces were not ceremonial, they were personal. There was no firelight, no chanting, just quiet, and a belief that if you came, here with sincerity the dream would come. No one guaranteed visions. That wasn't the point. The point was to create space where the mind could soften, where the walls between confusion and clarity could thin. This was, in many ways, Delphi's most radical idea, that wisdom is not granted but grown, from within, like a seed uncovered during rest. And the oracles of sleep, the dreams of anonymous people, were seen as just as valuable as the pronouncements of the Pythia. There's a record from a visiting scribe from Thessaloniki who stayed at Delphi during a season of political upheaval. He hoped to receive guidance on whether to return to his city and take up a new political appointment. He fasted, made an offering, and waited. He never heard from the Pythia, but he dreamed of standing in a market square, holding 2 scrolls. One caught fire, yet he did not flinch. The second turned to ash in his hands. When he told the priests, they didn't explain it. They only asked, "Which scroll did you write yourself?" He answered, "Neither." The priest nodded, then let the ashes fall. The scribe returned home and declined the appointment. He became a teacher. This was not seen as a failure of prophecy. It was prophecy fulfilled, inwardly. The greatest insights from Delphi were not delivered, they were discovered. Through a process that for all its sacredness looked remarkably ordinary, sleeping, waiting, listening, the sanctuary remained influential for centuries, even as empires rose and fell. Alexander the Great consulted the oracle. So did Roman generals. But it was the unnamed visitors, the quiet pilgrims who never made history books, whose dreams formed the real legacy of Delphi. They carried its teachings back to villages and cities, not as doctrine, but as demeanor. Speak less, listen more, rest before deciding. And even after the temple was eventually closed in 390 CE, when Christianity became the dominant power and pagan sanctuaries were outlawed, the spirit of Delphi persisted. Not in marble, in mindset. The idea that dreams could be meaningful didn't die with the temples. It moved into monasteries, where monks spoke of nighttime visitations and soul whispers. It lived on in folk tradition, where grandmothers told children to sleep on questions. It breathed in poetry, in philosophy, in the lingering belief that sleep is not the absence of thought, but the doorway to its deepest form. Today, we may not have oracles in stone halls, but the world still dreams. People still wake from sleep changed, still scribble down midnight images with trembling hands, still feel in the morning light that something important passed through them while they slept. This is Delphi's echo, and Apollo, bright, measured, musical Apollo, was never just a god of logic. He was a god who knew when to speak and when to let silence carry the answer. His most profound gift may not have been prophecy at all. It was the creation of a space where prophecy could be heard. And that space, stillness, softness, reflection, belongs to us as much today as it did to the ancients. So next time you lie in bed, questions circling, thoughts heavy, remember, the greatest oracle did not always answer. It simply let you dream. Athena is often imagined with a spear in hand and an owl perched at her side. Goddess of wisdom, war, and strategy. Cities bore her name. Heroes sought her guidance. She emerged from Zeus's head fully armored, ready to counsel kings and conquer darkness. But that is only part of her story. What is less remembered, less dramatic, but far more enduring, is that Athena was also the goddess of weaving. Yes, weaving. The act of taking thread and guiding it over and under again and again, until something useful or beautiful emerged. In a world driven by survival, weaving was a skill that shaped daily life. Before metalwork, before philosophy, there was cloth, tunics, sails, blankets, tents, ropes. A world bound together, quite literally, by thread. And at the center of that practice stood Athena. Unlike the thunder of Zeus or the sea-foam tempests, of Poseidon, Athena's influence was practical, precise, taught in gestures, not miracles. In homes across ancient Greece, girls as young as 7 were handed a spindle, not as a toy, but as a symbol. This, they were told, is how you will clothe your family. This is how you will contribute, not through war, but through craft. And every motion they made, twisting, looping, knotting, was a kind of prayer to Athena, a nod to the goddess who had gifted them the pattern, But weaving was never just domestic, it was mathematical, rhythmic, strategic. To weave a tapestry was to understand pattern recognition, symmetry, geometry. The loom was a thinking tool, and so in Athena's dual role as goddess of both war and weaving, we find a profound idea that wisdom is found not only on the battlefield, but in the discipline of daily creation. The famous story of Arachne captures this perfectly. A mortal woman, Arachne, was so gifted at weaving that she claimed her skills were equal to or greater than those of Athena herself. Instead of smiting her instantly, Athena appeared in disguise and challenged her to a contest. They both wove. Athena created a tapestry of gods in glory, Zeus on his throne, Olympus in splendor. Arachne, bold and fearless, wove scenes of divine misdeeds, Zeus's disguises, Poseidon's arrogance, the follies of immortals, and her tapestry was flawless. But it was also true. Athena, both angered and impressed, turned Arachne into a spider, not out of rage perhaps, but out of recognition. The girl had told hard truths with thread. She had mastered the loom not just as a craft, but as a form of critique, because weaving at its highest level was not just about clothing. It was about storytelling, and stories told with thread, stitch by stitch, had a way of outlasting spoken words. Some of the oldest Greek textiles unearthed in archaeological digs are decorated not just with patterns, but with narratives, battles, marriages, myths. These woven histories were portable, durable, and accessible. A girl in a small village might learn mythology not from scrolls, but from the pattern in a tunic passed down by her grandmother, and this was Athena's quiet triumph. She embedded knowledge into practice, philosophy into motion, ethics into art. Even in temples dedicated to her, weaving had a sacred place. In the Parthenon of Athens, there was a massive loom that produced a robe, the peplos, offered to the statue of Athena each year during the Panathenaic festival. It took nearly a year to complete, involving dozens of women, some working from dawn to dusk. It was not simply a gift, it was a collaboration, a collective act of faith, skill, and memory, and in this act, Athena wasn't distant. She wasn't a goddess on a mountaintop. She was present, guiding every thread, every decision, every quiet moment of focus. One can imagine a young woman bent over her loom, lips pressed in concentration, whispering softly, not to ask for miracles, but to stay steady, to not drop the thread, to not lose the pattern, and to make something that would last. That's what Athena offered, not ease but endurance. Still, it's worth asking, why do we remember the spear more than the spindle? Why does the image of Athena in battle dominate, while her loom is tucked quietly into footnotes? Perhaps because weaving, like so many feminine arts, was considered background work, invisible, until something failed. Only when cloth tore, when sails split, when clothes wore thin, did people realize the labor it took to hold life together. And Athena, goddess of wisdom, understood this better than anyone, that the strength of a society is measured not only by what it builds, but by what it mends. By the height of the classical period, the loom had become as vital to Greek life as the plough or the spear. While soldiers trained in the gymnasiums and philosophers debated in the agora, countless women sat behind wooden frames, moving shuttle through warp, creating not only textiles, but the infrastructure of everyday life. In most households, weaving wasn't a hobby, it was a necessity. Every thread had a purpose, every pattern had a memory, and every weaver in her own quiet way was carrying Athena's legacy forward. Weaving for the ancient Greeks was not merely about fabric, it was about discipline. The process required deep attention, keeping threads aligned, tension consistent, colors ordered. A single mistake meant undoing hours of work. Patience wasn't a virtue, it was a requirement. And through this repetition, young girls learned far more than technique. They learned focus, they learned planning, they learned restraint. That beauty came not from flair, but from structure. Athena's wisdom was built into the very geometry of the process. The loom was a kind of logic. Each thread needed to pass over and under in the right order, or else the whole cloth failed. And this principle of structure and order extended far beyond the household. It influenced How Greeks approached thinking itself. In schools, early arithmetic was taught using threads and beads. Philosophers often spoke in metaphors drawn from weaving. Plato, in The Statesman, compared the good ruler to a weaver, blending the strong and the gentle, the noble and the humble, into a unified fabric. Even language carried her imprint. The Greek word for text and textile shares roots with weave. A story was something woven, threads of meaning spun into coherence. To write was, in essence, to loom with language, and Athena, as both warrior and weaver, symbolized the balance of action and structure. She wasn't a goddess of chaos, she was a goddess of method. She didn't just fight wars, she planned them. She didn't just grant wisdom, she modeled how to build it, thread by thread. Take, for instance, the Greek practice of dowry weaving. Before marriage, a woman would spend years weaving cloth to contribute to her new household. These pieces weren't decorative, they were functional: bedding, clothing, table linens. But they also served as proof of character. How tightly were they stitched? How consistent was the pattern? How long did they last? These qualities spoke not just to skill, but to temperament. Their well-woven dowry was a silent resume, evidence of reliability, patience, and care. Athena was said to watch over this work, not with thunderbolts or omens, but with presence. Girls whispered her name while fixing a crooked edge. Mothers invoked her when passing down old spindles, and even the city of Athens, named for her, reflected her influence. It was a place of structure, carefully laid streets, measured laws, scheduled festivals. A city that prided itself on balance, between mind and body, freedom and order, innovation and tradition. Athena, the weaver, was woven into the city itself. One of her most enduring symbols was the aegis, a kind of shield or cloak, fringed with serpents, often embroidered with symbols of protection. It wasn't just armor, it was cloth imbued with power, a metaphor for defense through preparation. Athena didn't rush into battle, she equipped herself, and this philosophy, quiet readiness, mirrored the world of weavers. You didn't make cloth when the wind blew cold. You made it before knowing winter would come. You prepared even when no one noticed. It's important to understand just how much labor this involved. A single tunic could take months to complete, from shearing sheep, to spinning wool, to dyeing, to weaving, to finishing. It was a communal effort. Generational knowledge passed from grandmother to granddaughter, sometimes without a single written word. And yet, when we remember Greek culture, we often praise the visible, the columns, the plays, the marble statues. We forget the textiles, the blankets that warmed philosophers, the sails that carried armies, the robes worn by priests, actors, and scholars. Each made slowly, invisibly, in the shade of a home's courtyard. And each one, in its own way, a tribute to Athena. So much of civilization is built by people whose names are never known, and so much of it is held together not by force, but by thread. Weaving was civilization's quiet infrastructure, and Athena's loom was its blueprint. Still, it raises a question. In our modern world, fast-moving, mass-produced, and digital, what do we lose when we no longer see the value in slow, silent creation? What wisdom might we forget when we no longer trace the pattern beneath the surface? As the centuries passed and empires rose and fell, the loom remained. The faces behind it changed: Greek, Roman, Byzantine, Ottoman. But the act of weaving continued, quiet, persistent. And in that repetition, Athena lived on. She may no longer have been worshipped by name. Her temples became ruins. Her festivals faded. But in homes across the Mediterranean, women still spun thread and whispered old sayings. They still passed down patterns too complex to memorize without rhythm. They still said things like, "Steady hands bring steady days," or "Twist too fast and the thread snaps." These were not prayers, but they were wisdom, the kind that Athena would have approved of, for all her association with war and statecraft. Her real gift to humanity was this: the understanding that structure gives shape to life. Weaving taught more than patience. It taught responsibility. You had to finish what you started. You had to fix your mistakes. If the pattern was flawed, the fault was visible. If the work was rushed, it wouldn't last. Weaving wasn't only about creating beauty, it was about making something durable. And as Greek culture spread and merged with others, the legacy of Athena's loom rippled outward. In Rome, the goddess Minerva carried her name forward. In Northern Europe, women traced protective symbols into cloth, patterns, believed to ward off harm. In West Africa and Southeast Asia, weaving developed as sacred art, echoing the same principles: balance, repetition, form. Even today, in cultures across the globe, weaving remains a metaphor for life itself. We speak of being woven into history, of threads of fate, of the fabric of society. We call our closest ties woven tightly. And in literature and design, we still rely on what Athena showed us, that the best stories, like the strongest cloth, are built with intention and care. What's remarkable is that so much of this knowledge came from a practice historically assigned to women, quietly, often without recognition. In the ancient world, women rarely spoke in courts or led armies, but they shaped the world in subtler ways. Through cloth, they determined what soldiers wore, what priests draped over altars, what newborns were swaddled in, what flags flew in battle, what sails caught wind. And so it was women sitting behind looms, who literally gave shape to civilization. That's not poetic exaggeration, it's fact. And Athena, more than any other deity, embodied this truth, that wisdom does not always arrive with fanfare. Sometimes it arrives with calloused hands and quiet vision. It's easy today to dismiss weaving as craft, as a quaint pastime. But if we slow down, if we look closer, we realize it was, and still is, a philosophy, a way of understanding that everything is connected. That tension, if held properly, creates strength. That looseness leads to unraveling. That color and contrast, when placed with care, can tell stories no scroll ever captured. In the modern world, few of us sit behind wooden looms, but many of us still live like weavers. We edit text, arrange code, teach children, lay tiles, stitch quilts, build homes. And in all of that, we follow Athena's pattern. Think before you act. Plan your structure. Respect the threads that came before. Leave something behind that others can build upon. She may not walk among us, helmet gleaming, spear in hand, but if you've ever created something slowly, something useful and beautiful, then you've met her not in marble but in motion. Still, a question remains. In an age that celebrates speed, automation, and mass production, who still honors the value of the handmade, the deliberate, the imperfectly perfect? And if we forget to honor that, what threads might unravel? When we think of Poseidon, we picture a god of chaos and fury, earthshaker, stormbringer. Trident raised as waves crash over splintering ships. He ruled the seas, after all, the most unpredictable of realms. But beneath the drama of shipwrecks and whirlpools, Poseidon also presided over something far more routine, far more human: the calm sea. For the people of ancient Greece, the ocean was not just myth, it was livelihood. Their towns were strung like beads along the edge of the Aegean, hugging coves and inlets, each one relying not only on what Poseidon took, but on what he gave. And most days, he gave quiet, the kind of silence only sailors know, the soft lapping of waves against wood, the sigh of wind in the rigging, the creak of rope, the call of gulls, the dull clunk of amphorae shifting in the hold. This too was Poseidon, not wrath, but rhythm. In the port towns of Chios, Rhodes, Delos, and dozens, more daily life was shaped by the sea's mood. But it wasn't just about sailing. It was about living beside the unknowable, and doing so with care. Fishermen rose before dawn, not to conquer the sea, but to read it. They stood at the shore, squinting at the horizon, feeling the wind, checking the color of the water. Years of quiet observation taught them more than any prayer. The sea could not be forced, but it could be understood, and when it offered calm, that was a blessing more precious than gold. In these moments, ships launched, markets filled, and the entire village hummed with activity. Children ran along the docks, mending nets with their mothers. Bakers sold salted bread to dock workers. Elderly men repaired tools and whispered stories about Poseidon's temper, never quite sure if he was listening. The god was honored with sacrifices, yes, but more often he was honored with caution, with respectful silence before departure, with the naming of boats after loved ones, hoping the sentiment might shield them, with small carved talismans tucked beneath oars. To live by the sea was to live by Poseidon's breath. You never assumed calm would last, but when it did, you didn't waste it. You loaded cargo, traded fish, told long stories, sang songs across the water. You lived. And for all the epics that describe Poseidon's wrath, the people who depended on him knew another truth. His most powerful gift was predictability, because in a world of storms and hunger, a quiet sea was everything, and it wasn't just fishermen. Coastal towns were intricate networks of interdependence. The potter whose jars carried olive oil to Egypt, the scribe who documented cargo at the port office, the farmer who planted according to the trade winds. Even inland villages timed their economies to the rhythms of the coast. A week of calm seas meant goods would arrive. A week of storms meant scarcity. In this way, Poseidon wasn't a god to be feared so much as navigated, not resisted, but worked with. And so each town developed its own rituals, small, practical, ways of staying in harmony with the god beneath the waves, a handful of barley thrown into the surf, a pause before speaking when the fog rolled in, a story told to the sea itself, just in case it was listening. Poseidon's temple at Sunion, perched high above the Aegean on a cliff, was not built to house daily worship. It was a beacon, a reminder. Sailors would catch sight of it on their return voyage and offer thanks, not for a miracle, but for a safe crossing. And perhaps this is what makes Poseidon's quiet side so powerful. He was a god who could kill. But most days he simply let you pass. Still, every villager knew the calm was not owed. It was earned, or at least borrowed. And that understanding bred humility, a kind of reverence not born of fear but of gratitude for the ordinary. So the question becomes, in a world where weather forecasts are automated, where seas are crossed by engines and satellites, do we still pause to thank the calm, or have we forgotten that peace, like a smooth sea, is never guaranteed? For the coastal towns of ancient Greece, calm waters weren't just convenient, they were everything. Entire economies rested on the predictability of Poseidon's quieter moods. When the seas slept, the world worked. The work was humble. Not heroic, but it mattered. Consider the harbor of Thasos, a small island town known less for legends and more for limestone, honey, and wine. On calm days, ships filled the harbor, slim merchant vessels with painted prows and bellies full of olive oil, ceramic lamps, grain sacks tied shut with twine. Young boys carried baskets on their heads. Women salted fish along stone docks, humming softly. The sea was a partner, not tamed but agreeable. In these communities you learn from a young age that everything, every loaf of bread, every amphora of wine, every coin in the market, was made possible by a Poseidon in a good mood, and so even if you didn't worship him directly, you worked to stay on his good side. Shrines to Poseidon were common, not grand temples but small altars built from driftwood and shell. Sailors left offerings, dried fish, small coins, plucked laurel, not for luck, but for continued allowance. A reminder to the god that they remembered their place, because life on the sea required both confidence and humility. The coastal Greeks did not see Poseidon's domain as cruel, but they did see it as alive, and anything alive could be moody. One day, a clear sunrise, the next, a sudden gust bending the masts, a stillness so complete it made you nervous, followed by waves that rose without warning. This unpredictability shaped character. Fishermen became philosophers by default, staring into the horizon, pondering chance and choice. They didn't speak of fate as something carved in stone. They spoke of fate as something ridden, like a current, unpredictable, but navigable. Sailing for them was a slow conversation with Poseidon, and it taught lessons no school ever could. Read before you rush, respect the invisible, know when to wait. The timing of everything depended on the sea. Harvest festivals were scheduled not by the moon, but by expected shipments. Weddings were postponed until weather allowed distant family to arrive. Courts delayed hearings if the witness boat couldn't dock. This was Poseidon's invisible rule, not one of command, but of conditions. He was not the ruler of people, he was the ruler of what could happen. In this way his influence extended far inland. Even cities like Thebes or Delphi, with no direct access to the sea, felt his presence through trade. When the ports stalled, the inland markets echoed with scarcity. Dyes didn't arrive, spices ran short, clay from islands sat in warehouses, delayed by wind. And yet, despite this power, Poseidon rarely demanded attention. His priests were few, his processions simple. He was not a god of applause, he was a god of terms, and he didn't need constant worship to remind mortals of his importance. All he needed was one bad week of waves. People remembered quickly, but they also remembered to appreciate the good days. When ships slid across glassy bays, when the fish were plentiful, when salt clung to your skin not from fear, but from a long, peaceful morning on the water. During such times, coastal life bloomed. Markets buzzed with new goods. Papyrus from Egypt, figs from Rhodes, cloth from the Peloponnese. Children played beside crates of goods marked in languages they couldn't read. And in the taverns by the docks, sailors told half-true stories of distant islands and strange gods, but always ended with a toast to Poseidon. Sometimes it was ironic, sometimes it was sincere, but always it was custom. And that custom became culture. Greek identity was shaped not just by philosophers and poets, but by the reliable unreliability of the sea. It taught resilience. It taught scheduling around uncertainty. It taught the value of the present because the calm would never last. Still, even as storms came and went, as ships broke and were rebuilt, one truth remained. No civilization can thrive without a rhythm. And Poseidon, when at peace, provided exactly that. Still, one might wonder, in a time when we track storms from satellites and cross oceans in hours, do we still remember to respect the rhythms we no longer notice? Or are we forgetting that some gods don't shout? They just change the weather. By the end of the harvest season, after the grain was stored and the summer heat began to retreat, life in the coastal towns shifted once more. The winds changed, the waves grew taller, and Poseidon, silent for months, began to stir. This was the time of year when sailors became cautious. Voyages shortened, boats were tied with extra rope, nets were folded and stored, markets slowed. The sea, which had given so much, was now watched with wary eyes. But the people didn't complain. They had learned to live with the sea, not in spite of it. Its calmness had never been a promise, only a loan, and now as the tides grew unpredictable, they turned inward. Mended sails, repaired homes, shared stories. The rhythm of Poseidon's peace had ended, but its memory remained, and so the sea still shaped them, even when it slept. It shaped their calendars, their architecture, their language. It shaped how they thought about risk, about patience, about time. Homes in places like Naxos or Lesbos were built to face the sea, not just for the view, but because you needed to see it, to read it. Entire families could predict changes in weather by watching how foam moved along the rocks. It was literacy of a different kind. Even their myths were shaped by Poseidon's duality. In one story, a fisherman named Theron prayed not for bounty, but for boredom. "Let the sea be boring today," he whispered into the waves. "Let nothing happen." And when he returned home that night, soaked and fishless, he smiled. "Nothing happened," he said, and he gave thanks. Because in a world ruled by Poseidon, peace was never assumed. It was recognized, treasured, even celebrated. That was the unspoken theology of coastal life, the understanding that safety is sacred, even when it's dull, especially when it's dull, and Poseidon, for all his reputation, gave more dull days than dramatic ones. But history doesn't always remember that. It remembers storms and shipwrecks. It remembers Odysseus tossed across islands. It remembers curses and fury. It forgets the hundreds of days when ships came home quietly, when fishermen tied knots and whistled, when harbor towns pulsed with steady trade, when nothing went wrong. And that was everything. Maybe that's why Poseidon was so hard to understand, because he was both. The storm and the stillness, the crashing wave and the whisper of wind across an empty bay, and to truly worship him wasn't to fear him, but to notice him. Not just when he shouted, but when he remained silent. That silence was his true gift. It allowed people to live, to trade, to dream, to plan. It gave space for civilization to breathe. And even now, when the gods have faded into stories and sea travel is measured in flight times instead of tides, Poseidon's lesson lingers. We still rely on calm on moments when things just work, on periods of stillness between the chaos. And maybe we don't thank him anymore. But when we find ourselves in a quiet moment, when the traffic thins, when the email inbox stays still, when the waves, metaphorical or real, don't crash, maybe that's when we remember that the calm is never permanent, but it is sacred. Ares, the god of war, is usually imagined mid-battle, muscles tense, armor clashing, blood dripping from his blade. He's the fury of combat, the charge, the scream. Even the other gods found him exhausting. But what happens when there's no war to fight? What does the god of violence do in times of peace? Ancient stories don't often linger on this version of Ares. He's always in motion, always in anger. But the truth is, like every god, Ares experienced quiet seasons too. And they were awkward, because Ares wasn't built for silence. When city-states signed temporary truces, when soldiers returned home, when swords were hung up and helmets shelved, Ares didn't disappear. He wandered, not as a ghost but as a presence. He showed up in training fields that now sat empty, in men who twitched at sudden sounds, in veterans who chopped wood with a little too much force. Peace, for Ares, wasn't a reward. It was a waiting room, but still he lingered. In the Spartan hills where boys once trained year-round, Ares roamed the dust quietly. He watched them grow softer, their drills slowing. He wasn't angry, just confused. What now? In Athens, during peacetime festivals, Ares' name was hardly spoken. The people praised Athena for wisdom, Dionysus for joy. They danced and drank, honored justice, poetry, growth. Ares was given no thanks, but he remained. And in that absence of war, something strange happened. He listened. He watched how people moved when they weren't afraid. How farmers planted without the looming threat of burned fields. How young men sang instead of marching. How children played in open squares that once echoed with marching feet. And perhaps, in those quiet years, Ares began to understand something. Alien to him, sustaining life was harder than destroying it, because war was chaos. But peace was effort. It required planning, patience, the daily maintenance of fragile things, and so reluctantly Ares learned. He spent time near forges, not to build weapons, but to watch tools be repaired. He sat near gates, not to count soldiers, but to watch travelers pass unchallenged. In one story, almost entirely forgotten by time, Ares is said to have visited a coastal village known for its potters. No temples, no guards, just clay and heat and rhythm. He stayed for 3 days unrecognized, and when he left, a boy asked the stranger who he was. Ares said only, "Someone who used to break what you now make." The boy didn't understand. He handed Ares a small clay bowl, saying, "Here in case you need to carry water." Ares took it, gently. The bowl, they say, sat in his temple for years, unused but present, not a symbol of defeat, a symbol of restraint, of what he could break but didn't. These were the stories rarely told, because history favors the loud moments, the conquests, the bloodlines, the victories. But peacetime has its gods too. And even Ares, for all his fury, had to learn that peace was not weakness. It was a kind of discipline he had never mastered. Still, he wondered, if there were no more wars, would anyone remember him at all? In times of war, Ares had purpose. He was present in the drumbeat of marching feet, in the glint of sun on bronze, in the tension just before the first spear was thrown. But in peace, real peace, he was unmoored, not hated, not rejected, simply unneeded. And there is, perhaps, no state more difficult for a god of action than irrelevance. He wandered the edges of cities, not through streets or temples, but through the dusty margins, Training yards gone quiet, barracks turned into granaries, spears propped up in corners like forgotten brooms. In Sparta, Ares still lingered longest. There, even during truces, boys still trained. They ran barefoot on stone paths, recited war chants with pebbles in their mouths to strengthen their speech. But even here Ares saw the change. Fewer bruises, lighter grips on the practice swords, more laughter between drills. It was not weakness, it was balance, and it unsettled him. He was the god of fury, not form. The part of battle that burned, not the part that endured. And yet, in this pause, he began to watch something he had always ignored. Discipline without anger. A hoplite drilling alone, not for war but for mastery. A former soldier teaching his son to use a spear, not to fight, but to respect it. Men sharing war stories, not to glorify but to grieve. These were not his usual worshippers. They did not call his name. But they carried pieces of him, in their memories, in their rituals, in the way they touched weapons like they were both sacred and dangerous. For Ares, it was a strange kind of echo. And in the city of Argos, during one particularly long peace, the temple priests did something unusual. They cleaned Ares' statue, not to prepare for battle, but because he was part of them, even in silence. They lit a single lamp and said no prayers, only stood, remembering. Ares, for once, did not demand more. Elsewhere, veterans gathered beneath. Shade trees no longer as soldiers, but as farmers, stonemasons, teachers. They rubbed old scars absently. Sometimes they laughed. Sometimes they cried. And in those moments, Ares stood nearby, not in glory, but in gravity. He began to understand something foreign, that what remains after battle is just as worthy as the battle itself. He started to see war not as an end, but as a rupture, a tear in the fabric of things. And peace? Peace was the needle, the mending, the slow work of making people whole again. It was not his gift, but it was his witness. He saw men carry shields into storage and never take them out again. He saw city walls repurposed for hanging, herbs. He saw sword blades melted down into plowshares, each one a small betrayal but also a kind of release. At first it hurt, but eventually he saw the wisdom. Ares learned that war was only part of a cycle, the loudest part. But peace was the part that lasted longer, required more strength, more cooperation, more forgiveness. He watched quietly as statues were raised to Athena. He listened, silently, as hymns were sung to Apollo. And he said nothing. Because Ares was not meant to lead in peace, only to accept it. Still, sometimes he walked the perimeters of old battlefields, now overgrown with thyme and clover. The echoes of rage had faded. But if you listened carefully in the rustle of grass, you might still hear the last cries of a past fury. He did not regret them, but he did not long for them either, because in the quiet days he had found a new kind of worship, in restraint, in memory, in learning when not to fight. Still, he asked himself, quietly, without expectation, when peace becomes the norm, will I still be needed? And if not, can I be at peace with that too? The final phase of any war is rarely marked by trumpets. More often it's marked by return, soldiers walking home. Gates unbarred, swords sheathed, not ceremonially but out of habit. In this silence, in this resumption of daily life, the presence of Ares shifted yet again. He no longer followed warriors. He followed veterans, and it was here, in kitchens, vineyards, workshops, that he saw the most complicated battles unfold. Ares learned that for many men, peace was not rest. It was readjustment. How do you hold a hammer with the same hand that once gripped a spear? How do you sleep without armor? How do you sit still when your body has been trained to anticipate violence? These were not questions Ares could answer. But he watched them being answered, slowly, painfully. In Corinth, he saw a former general build boats, not warships, but small fishing vessels. He worked alone in silence. The grain of the wood did not shout. It required listening, patience. The opposite of battle, Ares lingered there for days. And when the man launched the first boat into the sea, not with a roar but with a push and a prayer, Ares nodded to no one in particular, because the man had fought like him, and now he had learned to live without him. Elsewhere in Elis, he saw two rival warriors, once bitter enemies, kneel together, in a field to dig irrigation ditches, not because they had made peace with each other, but because the olives wouldn't grow otherwise. Ares felt no shame in this, only recognition, because even he, the god of war, had limits. He could tear down cities, but he could not make food grow. Only peace could do that. In later years, when the temples of Ares became quiet, his statues dust-covered, people began to speak of him, not just as a force of destruction, but as a reminder. Reminder of what could happen, a reminder of what should be avoided, a reminder of what had been survived. One philosopher wrote that Ares is not a god to be praised, but a god to be understood. He meant this not as criticism, but as respect, because Ares, for all his rage, had never hidden who he was. He represented the hard edge of human nature, the urge to act, to dominate, to protect, to destroy. But in peace he became something softer, a mirror. He did not give peace, he reflected it by his absence. That was his final lesson, that a god known for war could still be sacred in times of quiet, not for what he offered, but for what he chose not to do. Not every god must act. Some must simply wait, and in waiting they change. Ares too learned to sit beside a hearth without longing for the field, to listen to rain instead of war drums, to be unarmed and still divine, and, in that stillness, he left behind something unexpected, not fear, not scars, but space. Space for healing, space for rebuilding, space for a world that no longer needed him, but still remembered what he had been. Artemis is often remembered as the untouchable goddess of the hunt, wild, fierce, fast, twin to Apollo, protector of women, and sovereign of the moonlit forests. But behind the myth of silver arrows and sudden death was a quieter truth. Artemis didn't only belong to the kill, she belonged to the stillness that came before it. In the wooded hillsides and shaded valleys of ancient Greece, far from the stone of cities and the smoke of hearths, Artemis walked not as a predator, but as a presence. And those who followed her, hunters, herbalists, wanderers, knew that to walk her path was not to chase prey, but to listen. The forest was a place of rules, not written ones, but ancient wordless truths. No shouts, no sudden movements. You learned to observe, to track patterns, to feel when something was off. In this way, Artemis taught more than skill. She taught awareness. Before any arrow was loosed, there were hours, sometimes days of walking. The same paths, the same moss-covered stones, over and over until the woods began to speak. A snapped twig meant something had passed. A patch of crushed grass meant it would return. And through this repetition, hunters learned the essence of Artemis's wisdom. Mastery comes not through force, but through familiarity. The best hunters weren't those with the sharpest aim. They were those who knew when not to shoot. They watched the animal breathe. They saw the patterns of movement, of tension, of hesitation. They understood when the deer would pause, when the boar would bolt. They understood that the forest wasn't a battleground, it was a relationship. Artemis herself was said to punish those who killed needlessly. In one lesser-known tale, a young man named Callan brought down a doe nursing her fawn. He boasted of his precision, but when he returned home, his aim failed him in all things. He could no longer shoot straight, no matter how hard he tried. The message was clear. Skill without ethics was not sacred, and this was the paradox of Artemis. She was the huntress who protected, the goddess of the chase who despised cruelty. Her followers understood this nuance. They carried bows, but also herbs. For healing, they took life, but only when it fed a village or honored a cycle, and they walked softly, always knowing that the forest was watching back. For women, Artemis held special meaning. She offered freedom, space beyond domestic life, beyond city walls. In myths, she gathered girls into her retinue, letting them run wild through the trees. In practice, her worship gave women rare autonomy. In some regions, girls spent a year in the wilderness before marriage, dedicating themselves to Artemis as a kind of rite. They learned to forage, to track, to sleep without fear. to respect silence, not just as absence, but as power. Even the altars to Artemis were different, built on hilltops beside springs in groves, places where the human world blurred into the natural one. Offerings were modest: bread, honey, woven garlands. Sometimes animal figurines made of clay, rarely sacrifices. Artemis didn't need grandeur, she needed attention, and she returned it. Travelers who paused at the edge of the forest to leave a flower sometimes found safe passage where others got lost. Hunters, who whispered thanks before drawing their bow, often returned with full satchels and light hearts. And those who ignored her, who shouted, who wasted, who killed for sport, found the woods strangely quiet, empty, as though she had closed the door. Still, her most faithful followers didn't worship her because they wanted luck. They worshipped her because they felt seen. Artemis didn't judge from a pedestal. She walked the same paths, slept beneath the same trees. She was not above nature, she was within it. And in this, she reminded mortals of a deep truth, that to survive is not to dominate. It is to notice, to know the world not by maps, but by footsteps. 2. Live not loudly, but attentively. So next time you walk a quiet trail when the only sounds are wind and birdsong, and the sun filters through trees like falling coins, ask yourself, are you being watched? Or are you simply being invited to notice? By the middle of autumn, when the leaves turned bronze and the mornings began with mist, the forest changed, and so did the rhythm of the hunt. For those who lived along the wooded edges of Arcadia or near the shaded hills of Euboea, Artemis's presence felt strongest not during great festivals, but on quiet dew-covered mornings. This was when the forest whispered its slowest truths. Hunters, especially those raised by the older traditions, didn't see the forest as a place to test themselves. They saw it as a teacher, and their lessons came not from shouting mentors or training drills, but from birds, wind, and the motion of foxes at dusk. They spoke of Artemis days, when the path was easy, the prey respectful, and the weather kind. And then there were other days too, when the arrows missed, the animals vanished, and the silence felt off. No birds, no movement, as if the goddess had turned her face away. These weren't failures, they were reminders. You don't master Artemis, you accompany her. Even the tools used by hunters spoke to her influence. The bow was lightweight, carved from yew or elm, not designed for brute force but for precision. The arrows were fletched carefully, often by hand, using feathers from local birds, each one unique. The bowstring had to be tuned like an instrument, tight enough to carry force, soft enough not to snap. It took weeks to make and seconds to ruin. And so Artemis taught patience, not only in hunting but in preparation. Everything was slow. Everything mattered. There was a story, seldom told outside the villages, about a girl named Iona. She lived at the edge of a forest and spent every morning walking its border, leaving no trap, carrying no weapon. Just watching. Her neighbors mocked her. What kind of huntress never hunted? But over time they noticed she was never hungry. Her garden grew better than others. The animals never ate her stores. One winter, when game grew scarce, and others returned empty-handed, Ione led a group into the woods, wordlessly, and pointed to a grove. There, quietly foraging, were 3 deer. Enough for the whole village. She only took one, and when someone asked her how she knew, she said, "Artemis tells those who watch long enough." This was not magic. It was observation turned into wisdom, and it reflected Artemis perfectly, because Artemis was not only about hunting, she was about balance. She was goddess of wild things, but also protector of childbirth. She brought life, took life, and guarded the line between the two. In many villages, midwives would call upon Artemis during labor, not for ease but for strength. They lit small fires, placed sprigs of bay near the door, and whispered her name, not to control nature but to honor it. And so the hunt and the hearth were more connected than they seemed. Both required the same skills: presence, resilience, attention. It was said that those who followed Artemis closely developed a kind of inner silence, not emptiness but a deep, alert calm. They weren't loud, they weren't dramatic. But they noticed everything. That bird has stopped singing. Something's nearby. That branch is fresh split. Boar passed through this morning. That stillness isn't peace. It's tension. They read the land like others read scrolls, and when they moved, they did so without leaving scars. Even in Artemis's temples, this ethos remained. Priests and priestesses lived simply. Offerings were modest. Wild honey, first fruits, fresh herbs. No gold, no spectacle. Only what the forest gave. There were no long chants, no bells, just footsteps on stone. A breeze moving the curtain. The drip of spring water into a basin. Worship was not declared, it was embodied. And perhaps the most faithful devotees of Artemis weren't priests or priestesses at all, but the countless unnamed villagers who learned to live lightly, who knew when not to take, who whispered thanks to the trees after gathering, who paused at the forest's edge not out of fear but out of respect. In this way, Artemis was never only a goddess of the hunt, she was a goddess of restraint, of stillness, of knowing when enough is enough. So as we race forward in our modern world, measuring success by speed and volume, it's worth asking, when was the last time we paused before we acted? When was the last time we chose to observe rather than pursue? And in that moment, were we perhaps walking closer to Artemis than we realized? As winter neared and the first frost settled into the grass, the woods around the villages grew still. The animals changed their patterns, the days shortened. The hunters, followers of Artemis, whether in devotion or discipline, shifted their pace as well. This was the season not of chasing but of watching, and as the hunt slowed, Artemis's presence remained. She didn't retreat in the cold. She moved differently. Like the moon she was also goddess of, slower, paler, but no less constant. Many of her followers said this was her truest season, because Artemis was never about abundance. She was about balance, and winter, in its scarcity, revealed who had learned from her and who had only chased her shadow. Those who hunted with respect had enough. Those who took too much found their traps empty. Those who left offerings, bits of bread, a folded braid of grass, often returned to find paw prints or feathers or antlers lying quietly beside their path. Gifts? Perhaps? Acknowledgements? Certainly, because in the quiet economy of the forest, Artemis kept track, not of debts, but of behavior. She remembered who passed gently, who took only what was needed, who returned to bury bones and scatter seeds. These were not rules carved in stone, but in soil, and the hunters understood. Their success was not only measured by meat or fur, but by how much of the forest still sang after they left. There's a lesser-known tale about a boy named Delion. Young, eager, and proud of his speed, he boasted that he would out-hunt his father in half the time. He ran deep into the woods, chasing everything that moved. He loosed arrow after arrow, missing most, hitting some. When he returned, his catch was modest, but his trail was obvious. Broken branches, scattered feathers, a doe that limped away, bleeding. That night, the woods around his home fell silent. For weeks, no game returned, and the village, hungry, confused, sent his father into the forest with a small offering. Bread, honey, and the broken bow of Delion. They left it beneath a twisted laurel. And the next day, the birds came back. The lesson was not punishment, it was instruction. Artemis wasn't vengeful. She was responsive. To live in her world was to pay attention to your impact. And this idea shaped more than just hunting, it shaped life. Farmers who worshipped Artemis often practiced crop rotation, letting the land rest. They believed the earth, like the forest, needed time to breathe. Mothers taught their daughters to gather herbs only after bloom, to thank the plant, to leave one behind. Even city dwellers, when entering sacred groves, lowered their voices, removed shoes, lit no fire, because Artemis demanded reverence, not ritual. And for those who honored her, she offered something few. Gods did independence. She didn't require temples or prayers. She asked only that you learn, that you observe, that you leave the world no worse than you found it. In this way, Artemis was not only the goddess of the forest, she was the goddess of restraint, of limits understood not as restriction, but as wisdom. And today, in a world that races forward, endlessly harvesting, endlessly consuming, Her teachings feel more relevant than ever, because the forest is still speaking. It may not whisper in ancient Greek anymore, but in rustling leaves, in vanishing bees, in droughts and flooded fields. It says, "Notice me. Know me, respect me. And when we do, when we pause before we take, when we learn before we build, when we walk gently, knowing we are guests, we honor not just the earth, but the goddess who walked it long before us." So next time you step, outside in a park, in a forest, or even down a quiet tree-lined street, listen, she might still be there, not to test you, just to see if you remember how to move quietly. Hephaestus never fit the mold of a god. He was not radiant like Apollo, nor poised like Athena. He limped, his hands were scarred, his back hunched slightly from years bent over the forge. Even among the immortals of Olympus, he was an outsider. Born, imperfect, thrown from the heavens, raised in the shadows, and yet everything divine had to pass through his fire. Armor, weapons, jewelry, temples, thrones, none existed without his labor. Hephaestus didn't just build Olympus, he maintained it, but rarely did he receive the praise. That went to those who wore what he made. He was the god of craftsmanship, yes. But more truthfully, he was the god of the invisible effort behind every object. The clang of his hammer was the rhythm behind power, behind beauty, behind protection, and that rhythm echoed across Greece, not just in myth, but in every workshop tucked between dusty alleys and sunlit courtyards, in Corinth, in Athens, in Delphi. Wherever there were tools, there was Hephaestus. His temples weren't grand, they were practical. The temple of Hephaestus in Athens, for example, sat near the agora, not isolated on a hilltop, but close to the people, close to the tradesmen, the smiths, the potters, the carpenters. It was a working temple for a working god, and in small villages his worship was even quieter. A candle lit before a forge, a whispered name when the blade finally held its edge, a bowed head when the kiln cooled without cracking the clay. Because Hephaestus understood what few gods did, that creation is not instant. It is forged, hot, repetitive, imperfect, and in this way he was not only a god of fire, but a god of patience. In workshops across the Greek world, craftspeople worked in rhythms that matched his own. The potter hunched over the wheel, shaping clay that collapsed again and again before it held. The weaver, threading the shuttle endlessly, finding symmetry in repetition. The stonecutter, tapping inch by inch, knowing one wrong strike could shatter hours of work. None of them asked for speed. They asked for stability, for focus, for the grace to finish what they began. And in these long hours they did not pray for miracles, they prayed for momentum, to keep going. Hephaestus answered not with ease, but with understanding. He had been there. He knew the sting of flame, the ache of hands, the frustration of failure. In fact, unlike many gods, Hephaestus failed. Often. His first automatons didn't walk straight. His first metals cracked. He reforged, remelted, recast. Not because he was imperfect, but because the process was. Hephaestus was not the god of perfect results. He was the god of refinement, of trial, of getting it wrong until it finally held. And perhaps this is why so many everyday workers, those whose names never reached epics or statues, felt closest to him. Because while the Olympians debated, ruled, seduced, or warred, Hephaestus worked. And work, in ancient Greece, was divine, not because it was easy, but because it was necessary. He made tools for agriculture, weapons for defense, locks for safekeeping, jewelry for marriage, and for every glinting object someone held in their hand, there were hours behind it that no one saw. This was Hephaestus, not the flame, but the time between sparks, the slow cooling, the shaping, the silent satisfaction of something made right. Still, one wonders, in a world where speed is prized and perfection is expected, do we still honor the unseen process, or have we forgotten that everything lasting is built slowly? Hephaestus was not a god of applause. His creations dazzled. Yes, glistening armor, golden chains that moved like silk, statues that breathed. But once completed, those works left the forge and entered someone else's story. Heroes wore them. Kings flaunted them. Gods claimed them, and Hephaestus returned to his fire, alone. He didn't ask for praise, he asked for function, because for him, the beauty was never just in the object. It was in the making. And in this, he mirrored the daily lives of thousands, of artisans across Greece, people who shaped clay, hammered bronze, carved wood, again and again with no promise that anyone would notice. In those workshops, repetition wasn't drudgery. It was grace. To repeat was to remember. Each movement became smoother. Each mistake refined the next version. The potter's wheel didn't spin for speed. It spun for consistency. The blacksmith's arm didn't grow strong for show. It grew strong to last the day. In this world, knowledge wasn't written in scrolls. It was passed hand to hand, a father adjusting his daughter's grip on a chisel, a grandmother guiding her grandson's fingers on the loom, a neighbor sharing the secret of which clay held in the kiln. And every one of them, in those long, hot hours, offered something to Hephaestus, not with sacrifice but with dedication, because in the Greek mind, creation was never mundane. To make something well was to engage in something divine, and Hephaestus, more than any other god, understood the weight of creation. He did not gift his blessings easily. He did not wave his hand to conjure perfection. He watched, he waited. He gave his grace to those who showed up, day after day, fire after fire, shaping their skill in silence. There is a little-known tale, passed quietly through workshops in Rhodes and Lesbos, about a metalsmith named Mentes. He never married, never left his village. He spent his entire life making hinges, nothing more. Door hinges, window hinges, gate clasps, and yet generations later those hinges still worked. Smooth, quiet, perfect. A traveling priest once passed through examining the craftsmanship. When he asked what prayer Mentes said while working, the village replied, "None that we heard." But Mentes always paused before finishing a piece, touched the metal, closed his eyes, then nodded. Once, not to himself, to Hephaestus. This kind of worship never made it into temples, but it lasted longer than most marble, because in every object that functions, that holds, that supports, there is a kind of immortality. And Hephaestus knew immortality is not about being seen, it's about being used. His creations weren't trophies, they were tools, made to endure, to serve, to disappear quietly into the background of someone else's story, and that, strangely, is what gave them their power. The shield of Achilles may be the most famous item Hephaestus ever made, a masterpiece of artistry and symbolism. But even that was not meant to be displayed. It was meant to be worn, to absorb blows, to protect. It did not exist to be admired. It existed to function. That was the philosophy of Hephaestus, that worth isn't proven by perfection. It's proven by durability, and in this way he was a quiet revolutionary. In a pantheon of gods who demanded praise, Hephaestus demanded craft. In a culture that prized beauty, he prized structure. In a world that glorified warriors, he lifted the makers of their weapons. Still, his forge wasn't glamorous. It was cluttered, hot, repetitive. But that was the point. Creation isn't about inspiration. It's about returning to the wheel, to the flame, to the place where ideas become real. So perhaps the question for us is not, what can I build? But, what am I willing to shape imperfectly again and again until it holds? Because the work may never be finished, but if you keep showing up, Hephaestus will be there, quiet, watching, nodding once, and that will be enough. In the myths of Olympus, most gods defined themselves through power. Zeus ruled with thunder, Poseidon with waves, Athena with strategy, Apollo with truth. But Hephaestus? He ruled with endurance. He didn't need a throne. His was the anvil, the fire, the stubborn resistance of metal before it softened. He didn't seek followers, only those who understood what it meant to shape something slowly, with care over time. And so when the stories grew quiet and the gods faded into memory, Hephaestus endured, not in statues, but in hands, in the grip of a mason laying stones for a new home, in the steady fingers of a shoemaker threading leather. in the quiet persistence of anyone who builds something that lasts. This was the final gift of Hephaestus, not the things he made, but the mindset he left behind. That to create something useful, something meaningful, is not divine because of its beauty. It's divine because of the effort it required. Hephaestus, more than any other god, was about the afterward, not the moment of creation, but the thousands of uses that followed, the gate that opened and closed, for generations, the pot that held every meal from mother to daughter, the tool that outlived its maker, worn smooth by decades of work. He understood that greatness is not found in a single act of genius, but in consistency, and that perhaps the truest form of divinity is to build something that makes someone else's life easier. It's not glorious, but it's good. Even among the gods, Hephaestus stood apart in this philosophy. He didn't trick, he didn't seduce, he didn't punish, he produced, and because of that he was often overlooked. But if you looked closely, he was everywhere. In the hinges that held the temple doors, in the wheels of the carts, in the kettles, over every household fire. Even in the god's most powerful tools, the thunderbolt, the chariot, the armor, it was his hand that had shaped them. And yet, when he was finished, he never stayed to gloat. He simply turned back to the forge, because the next thing was always waiting, and so was he today. Hephaestus doesn't have many temples. His stories are fewer. But his lessons, his real lessons, still breathe in every workshop, studio, garage, and kitchen. In the artist repainting the same line, again and again. In the mechanic who knows a machine by its sound. In the student who edits a sentence until it sings. In the builder who doesn't cut corners because no one will see it, but they will. These are his people. They don't ask for credit. They just want the thing to work. And that, more than anything, is the quiet brilliance of Hephaestus. Dionysus, god of wine and revelry, is often imagined in motion. Grapes in hand, followers dancing, laughter spilling like overflowing amphorae. He's the patron of chaos, the breaker of boundaries, the joyful subverter of the dull and the rigid. But that's only one side of him. There's another Dionysus, one less wild, more quiet, one who understands that beneath every celebration, every ecstatic shout, is the deeper need that sparked it: rest. Because in the daily lives of ancient Greeks, joy wasn't an accident. It was a ritual, and Dionysus wasn't just a god of wine. He was the god of release. Release from roles, from routine, from rigidity, from the endless expectations of labor, war, and public life. In that sense, he was not the god of escape, but the god of rebalancing. To understand Dionysus fully, you have to step away from the theatrical orgies and wine-stained myths and look at the quieter places where he reigned, like in the Symposium. These were not wild parties, but structured gatherings, often held after dinner, where friends reclined on couches, passed a communal wine bowl and talked. They discussed poetry, philosophy, politics, the nature of beauty. They played music, they listened, they laughed. And always, Dionysus presided, not in body, but in atmosphere. The wine wasn't poured to forget. It was poured to loosen, to let. Words come freely, to let masks fall gently, to allow rest not of the body, but of the mind. Because in a world of rigid roles, where men were expected to lead, fight, argue, build, Dionysus created a space to simply be. He wasn't the god of productivity. He was the god who reminded you that you are not a machine, and his influence went beyond wine. In rural villages, the festivals of Dionysus were tied to the agricultural calendar. After the grape harvest, after months of pruning, tending, and fermenting, people gathered not to debauch, but to pause, to acknowledge we worked hard, now we rest, together. They sang songs, some bawdy, some tender. They wore masks, both literal and symbolic. Roles dissolved. The elder could become a jester. The widow could lead a dance. The farmer could recite poetry. This was not chaos, this was release. And Dionysus understood that rest wasn't always quiet. Sometimes rest meant being allowed to shout, to cry, to move. Sometimes the deepest form of rest is to express what has been held in for too long. That's why his festivals, the Dionysia in Athens especially, included theater. Tragedy and comedy alike were sacred to him, because stories allowed people to step outside of themselves, to weep without shame, to laugh without permission, and through that they returned to themselves lighter. This, too, was a kind of rest. But Dionysus was not soft. He demanded surrender. To rest under his watch, you had to let go of control, of pretense, of ego, and that made him unsettling. Because real rest, true soul-deep restoration, requires vulnerability. You have to stop performing. You have to admit you're tired. You have to allow yourself to be human again. In this way, Dionysus was not a party god. He was a healing god. He didn't patch wounds. He let you forget they were wounds, at least for a little while. So the question is not, did the Greeks know how to relax? It's, what did they need to unburden in order to rest? And in answering that, they turned to Dionysus, not to escape life, but to return to it, lighter, freer, and fully themselves. In the structured world of ancient Greece, where time was measured by sun and harvest, and status by lineage and labor, Dionysus offered something rare, a break from being who you were expected to be. And that break, however brief, was sacred. His festivals weren't simple diversions. They were rituals of release, timed deliberately to balance the toil of life. They reminded people that rest was not laziness, it was renewal. Consider the Anthesteria, one of the oldest Dionysian festivals, held in Athens each spring. It celebrated the opening of the new wine, yes, but it also opened emotions. On the first day, wine jars were uncorked. On the second, everyone, citizens, foreigners, even slaves, gathered in equal footing to drink. Masks were worn, identities blurred, jokes were told, songs were improvised, children gave flowers to ancestors, and on the third day, the mood shifted. It became quiet. Offerings were made to the dead. Households hung silent garlands. The boundary between life and death was acknowledged, not feared. Rest became not only physical, but spiritual. Dionysus, the god of frenzy, was also the god of gentle mourning, because sometimes rest isn't joyous. Sometimes it's the breath you take when grief becomes too heavy to carry alone, and his worship allowed space for that. 2. There were no rules about what rest had to look like. For some, it meant dancing until exhaustion, shaking out sorrow through movement. For others, it meant reclining with friends and letting silence do the talking. This variety was the essence of Dionysus. He made room for every kind of release. Even in the city's theaters, the plays dedicated to him did not always end in celebration. Many were tragedies, painful, raw, full of broken families and irreversible choices, and yet people attended them year after year, because in watching others fall apart, they found comfort in their own struggle. And when the chorus lifted their voices in lament or joy, it was not performance, it was permission to feel, to admit weariness, to confront the hidden parts of oneself. And when the play ended, when the crowd dispersed, there was a kind of peace, not because everything was resolved, but because everything had been named. Dionysus, in this way, was the god of naming the tension and then softening it, and his presence extended beyond festivals. Even in daily life, people honored his philosophy. Farmers left small cups of wine in their fields, not as offerings of wealth, but as reminders. This land feeds us, yes, but it also exhausts us. We must pause. Women gathered for small rites in his name, not to seek fertility or favor, but to simply be without roles or judgment. And in every home, especially during winter, there were moments where a shared drink, a well-timed joke, or a familiar song carried more healing than medicine. That was Dionysus, not just in the ecstatic crowd, but in the quiet kitchen, not just in the revel, in the relief. So often we associate divine rest with stillness, sleep, solitude, silence. But Dionysus offered another form. He taught that laughter can be rest, that music can be rest, that dancing wildly, crying loudly, or even telling the truth for the first time can be rest. Because rest is not about doing nothing, it's about doing only what your soul needs. Still, a question lingers. When was the last time you gave yourself permission to let go? Not just to stop, but to be stopped, to unburden, to soften, to trust that rest too is a form of devotion, When the laughter faded and the wine jugs emptied, when the garlands wilted and the masks were taken off, what remained wasn't exhaustion, it was clarity. Because Dionysus didn't bring rest just to offer a pause, he brought it to reset the soul, to remind people who they were beneath their roles, routines, and responsibilities. He was not the god of escape. He was the god of return, and the Greeks knew this well. After each Dionysian celebration, after each festival and feast, life continued. The fields still needed tending, the homes still needed sweeping, the laws still needed upholding. But something subtle had shifted. People returned to their work with lightness, with shared stories, with fresh laughter between neighbors who hours before had danced beside each other as strangers. This, perhaps, was the deepest power of Dionysus. He reminded people of their humanity, not their status, not their strength, but their capacity to feel, to let go, to belong. In a society built on structure, hierarchy, and constant labor, Dionysus carved out necessary space for the unstructured, the uncontrolled, the unplanned. It was not an indulgence, it was balance, because the human soul cannot live by duty alone. It must spill over sometimes. It must sigh. It must be messy. It must laugh inappropriately. It must fall silent for no reason. And Dionysus welcomed all of this, not as chaos, but as healing. He taught that rest was not passive. It was active recovery. It repaired what labor frayed. It made joy feel earned. It gave meaning to work, not as endless output, but as something we return to, stronger and more whole. And importantly, Dionysus taught that rest is not solitary, it's communal. The Greeks did not rest alone. They rested together. They reclined at shared tables. They sang in chorus. They walked home in groups, the festival's glow still warm on their faces. In this way, rest became a ritual of connection, not just with themselves, but with each other. Here's why Dionysus was beloved. Not just by the free, but by the enslaved. Not just by the wealthy, but by the wandering. Because his domain was one of inclusion. He saw no hierarchy and fatigue. All were welcome in the circle of release. Even his myths reflect this. He traveled not in chariots, but in processions, with mortals, with women, with outsiders. He was the god who brought people back into the fold, not by command, but by offering them space to be exactly as they were. And in that freedom, rest became transformation. So what does this mean for us now? In a world where productivity is prized, where every moment is scheduled, where even rest is measured in performance, steps tracked, hours logged, apps opened, what would it mean to rest like the Greeks did? To rest not as recovery, but as ritual? To set aside time not to recharge, but to remember who we are without our to-do lists. To pour a cup not to numb, but to soften. To laugh, not as escape, but as medicine. This is Dionysus's invitation. Even now, he doesn't need garlands or song. He only asks, what have you carried too long, too tightly, too quietly? In the realm of Greek mythology, so full of thunderous gods and tempestuous mortals, there lived a figure who rarely raised his voice, who never held a sword, and who ruled a kingdom everyone visited nightly, but rarely remembered. His name was Morpheus, and he was the god of dreams. He didn't dwell on Mount Olympus, nor in the sea, nor in the sky. He lived in the dim, hushed corners of the world, in a cavern where poppies bloomed and shadows softened the stone. There he waited, not to be praised, but to receive, because no one ever summoned Morpheus. You simply fell asleep. And there he was, not loud, not commanding, but present. In ancient Greek thought, sleep was not an interruption of life. It was a passage, a return, a nightly descent into another world, one just as meaningful as waking. And Morpheus was its gatekeeper. He didn't create dreams from nothing. He shaped them from memory. A father's voice, long gone. A lover's touch, misremembered. A city you never visited but somehow knew. These were Morpheus's materials. His wings, dark, silent, feathered like night moths, carried him gently from dream to dream, shaping images that soothed or unsettled depending on what the sleeper needed. Because dreams to the Greeks were not always gifts. Sometimes they were warnings, sometimes they were lessons, sometimes they were nothing more than the mind's gentle way of saying, "You haven't let go yet." And Morpheus understood this better than anyone. He didn't offer messages in thunderclaps. He whispered through symbols, a locked door, an endless hallway, a warm breeze that feels like someone's hand. He left no written word, no carved laws, but every Greek, from kings to farmers, knew that when the world grew quiet and the eyelids grew heavy, they would visit his kingdom. And whether they dreamed of flight, of falling, of speaking to gods or fleeing monsters, it was him who had carried them there. Even philosophers respected him. Plato spoke of dreams as insights, unfiltered by logic. Aristotle analyzed their structure, seeing patterns in how the mind soothed or stirred itself. But long before scrolls, long before temples, people already knew dreams mattered, and sleep was not idleness, it was communion. In some villages, elders advised troubled youths not with advice, but with rest. "Sleep on it," they would say. "Let Morpheus speak first," because in sleep there was wisdom, not the kind won in battle, but the kind that comes when you stop trying to win. And that's where Morpheus thrived. He was the god of surrender, not defeat, just letting go, of control, of fear, of needing to make sense. He guided the sleeper gently toward their own truths, truths that the waking mind resisted. A soldier dreaming of gardens, a widow dreaming of laughter, a merchant dreaming of weightlessness. Offered no interpretation, only the experience, only the feeling, and in this way, Morpheus wasn't just a god of dreams. He was a god of emotional honesty, of allowing the soul to speak when the mouth could not. Still, few altars were ever built in his name. There were no grand statues, only beds, only the hush of a dark room, only the moment you exhaled and drifted, not away from life, but deeper into it, because sleep was never an escape. It was a return to something older, quieter, and in that return, Morpheus waited, not as a judge, but as a mirror, to show you what you already knew, what you were too tired to face, or too ready to forget. And in doing so, he offered the one thing few gods ever did: peace, not through power, but through presence. In the wide pantheon of Greek deities, most gods demanded action. They called for sacrifice, for conquest, for cunning or courage, or devotion. Their myths roared with motion, storms at sea, battles atop mountains, clever tricks woven into fate. But Morpheus asked for none of that. To reach him, you didn't climb a temple or cross a desert. You simply had to lie still and let go. In sleep, the soul traveled, not upward but inward. And in those private hours, even the most powerful gods gave way to him. Not even Zeus could command a dream once Morpheus had shaped it. The realm of dreams was sovereign, protected, unreachable by decree. There was a kind of quiet justice in that. Kings and servants entered sleep the same way, breath by breath, until the world blurred and the mind fell inward. And Morpheus met them, all with equal softness. He was not a god of punishment or reward. He was a god of reflection, and his reflections didn't always flatter. But they never lied. A man proud of his power might dream of being small, of being overlooked. A woman grieving her child might dream of cradling the moon, bright, cold, out of reach. A boy afraid of the future might dream of floating, weightless. Without direction, yet unafraid, Morpheus offered no judgment. He offered shape, and the sleeper upon waking was left with the task of meaning. In some cities, people took dreams seriously enough to record them in clay or ink. Priests in shrines of healing gods like Asclepius kept scrolls of patient dreams, descriptions of serpents, of waters, of broken limbs mending themselves in visions. Morpheus was never named in those scrolls, but everyone knew he had been there, because while Asclepius worked through medicine, Morpheus worked through memory. Dreams healed, not by cutting or stitching, but by reminding what was buried, what was broken, what still lived, quietly, beneath grief or fear. Even those who claimed not to believe in gods still believed in dreams. There was something about their honesty, how they bypassed pride, slipped past logic, No one could fake a dream. No one could truly control it. And that made them sacred, not because they came from the divine, but because they came from somewhere older than words. Many believed Morpheus to be one of the Oneiroi, the dream spirits winged and shadowy, each responsible for different kinds of visions. Phantasos brought illusions, Phobator, nightmares, but it was Morpheus who shaped dreams that felt real. He could take the form of anyone, a parent long past, a child never born, a stranger whose eyes felt familiar. His power was subtle, but profound. Because when you awoke from one of his dreams, the line between memory and imagination blurred, and sometimes that blurring brought comfort. Other times it brought clarity, but always it brought feeling. That was his true domain. The places in the soul we tuck away during the day, the longings we don't admit, the fears we don't voice, the desires we don't name. In the hush of night, Morpheus unlocked them, not to cause harm, but to allow truth to float to the surface. And sometimes, all he offered was silence, no vision, no image, just deep, dreamless rest. Because sometimes that's all the heart needs. To sleep deeply enough that even sorrow steps back. To disappear, not forever, but long enough to return lighter. That too was a gift. So the question isn't just, what did I dream? It's, what part of me needed to dream that? Morpheus never answered. He only left the dream behind like a footprint in fresh snow, and let you decide whether to follow. As the sun rose and the world stirred awake, the realm of Morpheus faded, not in shame, but in respectful retreat. That was his way. He did not linger where he was no longer needed. He left no temples behind, no scrolls of prophecy, no proud declarations of power, only traces, a strange feeling in the chest upon waking, a sentence half remembered, a face that vanishes the moment you try to recall it. But the Greeks understood. That absence was part of his gift. Dreams were not meant to be held. They were meant to move through you and then disappear. Even in epic poems, dreams carried weight. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus sends a false dream to Agamemnon through Morpheus's form, persuading him to act. The dream appears real, persuasive, alive, and when Agamemnon wakes, he cannot tell it from waking truth. Morpheus did not lie. He only shaped what was already possible in the dreamer's mind. He knew that dreams were not answers. They were invitations to look closer, to listen differently, to notice what the conscious mind would rather ignore. That's why the Greeks never saw dreaming as laziness. It was a state of knowing, a realm where truth was allowed to be strange, soft, metaphorical. Even the most hardened generals and the most stoic scholars respected dreams. They didn't always understand them, but they remembered them. They woke with ideas they couldn't explain, with fears they hadn't faced, with courage they hadn't known they possessed, and they knew. Morpheus had passed through. He didn't want offerings, he wanted openness, because only those willing to surrender would enter his realm fully, and only those who carried nothing into sleep would be gifted the most profound visions. There's an old belief, mostly forgotten now, that if you dreamed vividly 3 nights in a row, it meant Morpheus had chosen to walk beside you. Not as a guide, but as a witness. He would stay just long enough to show you something, maybe from childhood, maybe from the future, maybe something that had never happened at all, but felt true, and then he'd vanish again. No two people ever saw him the same way. Some dreamed of a winged man with dark eyes. Others saw only a voice or a hand or a presence, just behind a curtain. He was not a god of form. He was a god of feeling, and that made him intimate. Morpheus knew the quietest parts of you. He knew what you longed for, but would never say aloud. He knew what you feared, even if it wore the mask of someone you loved. He knew how to take the chaos of your waking life and spin it into something coherent, if only for a few minutes of sleep. And then, like mist, he let it go. Because dreams were never meant to be cages. They were meant to release, to soften your grip on control, to remind you that you don't always have to know, you only have to feel. So, as you drift off tonight, as your breath slows and your thoughts begin to wander, know that Morpheus waits not with judgment but with patience. Persephone's story is often told in two acts: the sudden violence of her abduction by Hades and her eventual return to the surface. But in between the dramatic descent and the tearful reunion, there is something else. Stillness, and that's the part most people forget, because Persephone's greatest impact was not in the underworld, nor on Olympus. It was in the pause, in the months when the fields stopped growing, when seeds lay dormant in soil, when nothing bloomed. She became more than a goddess. She became a pattern. The Greeks did not think of time the way we do. They didn't count weeks or live by fixed schedules. Time was seasonal, cyclical, and deeply tied to the land. And Persephone was the embodiment of this rhythm. Her departure each year marked the end of harvest, her return, the beginning of bloom. But what mattered most was the in-between, the stretch of months when the land held its breath. Nothing sprouted, nothing ripened. And yet, the people did not panic, because they understood. This was part of the cycle. Dormancy wasn't death. It was necessary rest, a time for the earth to recover and for people to turn inward. This is where Persephone reigned, not in glory, but in waiting. She was worshipped not with loud festivals, but with quiet observation. Farmers watched the sky more carefully during her absence. Mothers cooked more simply. Stories were told by the hearth, often of her descent, her silence, her strange strength. Because Persephone was not a warrior, she did not fight her way out of the underworld. She adapted, she endured, she learned its shadows, and then she returned, not as a victim, but as a queen. This made her different from most gods. Her power came not from domination, but from rhythm. And in that rhythm, the Greeks saw themselves. Their entire economy was based on cycles: sow, reap, rest. Their lives were built around light and dark, feast and famine, noise and quiet. Persephone didn't just represent seasons, she represented acceptance of change. She reminded them that winter wasn't failure, it was part of the design, and in a world of uncertainty, plagues, wars, famines, that reminder was everything. When the vines browned and the figs fell, people did not curse the gods. They whispered her name. They trusted she would come back, and that when she did, so would the flowers, so would the bees, so would hope. In this way, Persephone was not only a myth, she was practice. Farmers left small tokens in the soil at the start of her descent: pomegranate seeds, bits of bread, sprigs of mint, not to summon her but to honor her absence, because what she taught was simple and profound, that some things grow only after they've rested, that some light returns only after darkness, that not all progress is visible. In the hush between harvest and spring, Persephone became more powerful than any war god, because she taught the people how to wait. Still, quiet, steady, and in a world like ours, always chasing, always producing, her lesson might be more important than ever. Can we learn to honor the seasons where nothing blooms, or are we afraid of stillness, afraid of appearing unproductive, unfinished, unseen? Because Persephone wasn't afraid, she embraced it. She ruled in silence and returned in her own time. As autumn deepened and the days shortened, Persephone's absence was felt not only in the fields, but in the rhythm of life itself. Bread was baked less often and in smaller loaves. Markets grew quieter. Travel slowed. People didn't fear the change. They prepared for it, and that was her influence. Persephone didn't bring despair with her descent. She brought structure to the waiting. Because in her story, loss was not a tragedy. It was a return to rhythm. In Eleusis, one of the holiest sites in ancient Greece, Persephone was honored alongside her mother Demeter in the Eleusinian mysteries, Aizatai, set of rites so sacred that their details were never written down. But what we know is this: they were not about suffering. They were about reassurance. Participants fasted, walked in procession, and entered dark halls in silence. They were reminded of Persephone's descent. And then, just as importantly, they witnessed her rise, and that was the promise, that what descends and comes back, that what goes still, awakens again. This wasn't just metaphor, it was how people lived. They planted knowing the crops would vanish beneath the soil, invisible for weeks or months, and they trusted something was happening beneath the surface. Persephone lived in that soil, in the unseen. Her power wasn't in how she ruled, but in how she taught people to trust in what they couldn't yet see. In homes, mothers passed this wisdom to daughters. You don't have to bloom all year, they would say. Even Persephone rests. It was a kind of emotional permission, a softness that allowed for tiredness, for silence, for simply existing in a season without demands, and in a culture that prized balance, the golden mean, harmony, order. Persephone offered the perfect example. She was half light, half shadow, not because she was torn, but because she was whole. There was strength in her split nature. Above, she walked fields of barley and orchards of fig. Below, she sat among shadows, calm and steady, her fingers brushing the roots of all things, and in both places, she was herself. The Greeks didn't call this contradiction. They called it cycle. They didn't ask why Persephone didn't fight harder to escape Hades. They asked what she had learned in the dark, because every year when she came back, the world came back with her, greener, fuller, wiser. That's why she wasn't just the goddess of spring, she was the goddess of returning, of enduring winters not with fear, but with faith. And that faith wasn't naive, it was practical. It shaped planting seasons, household rhythms, local economies, even marriage rituals borrowed her imagery. Some brides in certain regions were gifted a pomegranate, symbol of fertility, yes, but also of balance. One fruit. Many seeds, half sweet, half bitter. Persephone in a single bite, and in taking it they weren't asked to chase perfection. They were asked to accept change, to understand that love, like the land, grows and rests in turn, to know that who they were in the spring might not be who they are in winter, and that this too is sacred. So when the earth seemed barren, when the frost crept into the stones, when the moon hung low in the sky and the streets emptied early, the people did not despair. They lit small lamps, they mended tools, they told stories, and they waited, with purpose, because they knew nothing blooms all the time, not even the gods. By the time the first green shoots cracked through the soil, thin, quiet, persistent, the people had already begun to whisper her name again. Persephone. She had returned, and yet nothing about her return was loud. There were no thunderstorms, no fireworks, no gods announcing her arrival. Just the change, subtle, unfolding, unstoppable, a little more light each morning, a scent of blossoms on the breeze, a softness in the wind, and with it, the knowledge, the rhythm held. The cycle continued. Persephone kept her promise, she always had. In Greek homes, springtime wasn't celebrated with parades or feasts. It was marked with motion. Bread dough was kneaded again. Fields were turned, markets reopened. Children ran barefoot through gardens, and every task carried the quiet confidence that life begins again. This was the true power of Persephone, not that she returned from death, but that she taught people how to trust the return. It's easy to revere strength, but the Greeks revered resilience. Persephone didn't fight storms, she endured seasons. She did not rule with thunder or spear. She ruled by reminding mortals, nothing is gone, only resting. Nothing is over, only turning. Nothing is dead, only waiting to bloom. This made her sacred not just to farmers and mothers, but to anyone who had known absence. To widows waiting for joy, to elders waiting for memory, to the sick waiting for healing, to the weary waiting for rest, to become energy again. And year after year, she reminded them, you are not broken. You are becoming. That message was deeply embedded in the Eleusinian mysteries, where initiates were sworn to secrecy, not because the truth was dangerous, but because it was intimate. What they learned in the dark, they carried quietly through the light. Many believed that participating in those rites brought peace in the face of death, not because it promised answers, but because it taught that return is real, and that even in the underworld a kind of growth continues. It's worth noting that Persephone was not just Demeter's daughter or Hades' queen. She was her own being, the only god who moved freely between worlds, the only deity who could say without metaphor, I have been to the dark, and I have come back. In this she became the patron of transitions, of grief that softens, of silence that becomes song, of endings that aren't final. And even today she lingers in the language of seasons. Every time the snow melts, every time the blossoms push through cracked sidewalks, every time someone says it's coming back, even if they're not sure. That's her not as myth as pattern. Still, she doesn't demand worship. She doesn't need temples. She only asks that you remember what she remembered. That what lies fallow is not lost. That what retreats will rise again. That there is a season for stillness and a season for blooming. And you too, are allowed to follow that cycle, even when others don't see it. Even when you doubt it yourself, you are. Not failing, you are wintering, and like Persephone, you will return. Most know Echo as a character in a tragic myth, a mountain nymph cursed to repeat the words of others, unable to speak her own thoughts. But the Greeks saw Echo as more than just a cautionary figure. She became a symbol of something quietly essential. How communication can break down. How voices can be distorted. And how, even without full agency, we still find ways to connect. Echo wasn't cursed with silence. She was cursed with reflection. She could only repeat, and yet, even in this limited state, she left a mark. Her presence lingered in caves and valleys, in stone temples where words bounced back. The Greeks named those repeating sounds echo, after her. They didn't see them as tricks of sound, but as reminders. Reminders that no word is ever truly lost. It always returns, changed, diminished, softer, but still present. And that's where her power quietly lived. Because Echo, in her silence, taught the Greeks something profound about speech, that listening has weight. She didn't argue, she didn't interrupt, she reflected. And sometimes, that's what people needed most. In ancient Greek society, where rhetoric was celebrated, where orators stood before crowds and poets composed verses for kings, Echo represented the other side of dialogue. The listener, the one who holds space, the one who answers not with opinion, but with presence. She appeared in many stories beyond the famous one with Narcissus, always in the background, always peripheral, but always responding. Even the gods would hear their own voices return to them when speaking in sacred groves. They called that response echo, a divine answer, not from another mind, but from the world itself. And in that, she became more than a character. She became principle. Her myth wasn't just about love or loss. It was about limits. How do you express yourself when you have no words of your own? The answer, as Echo showed, is you listen deeply, and sometimes repetition carries more truth than originality. Even the Delphic oracle, when delivering messages, often spoke in riddles, or repeated fragments of the question asked. She didn't invent prophecy. She echoed it from Apollo. The Greeks never said this outright, but it's there, in their reverence for response. For the way sounds curved through amphitheaters. For the way bards remembered poems by rhythm and call and response. For the way teachers tested students by having them repeat, not to mimic, but to understand. Echo was the pause in the conversation, the part that made speech a dialogue, not a monologue. And her curse was not just personal. It reflected something larger. Because all speech eventually becomes echo. Your words, no matter how passionate, will be remembered not in full, but in fragments, a phrase, a tone, a sentence someone else repeats in their own voice years later. And that's not failure, that's communication. Still, Echo's myth ended in loneliness. Her voice remained, but her body faded. Many read that as tragedy. But the Greeks understood. She wasn't gone. She had become something bigger, a presence without form, a reminder that even when we lose our voice, something of us still lingers in how we listened, how we reflected, how we responded. So when you speak into an empty room and hear your voice come back, when you whisper something into the world and wait for the reply, when you feel heard, not with answers, but with attention, that's Echo not cursed, just quiet, and endlessly there. In a world built on speeches, decrees, and performances, Echo represented something most overlooked: the reply. In Greek society, public speaking was an art. Philosophers argued in the agora. Generals inspired troops with rhetoric. Poets recited from memory for crowded halls. But communication was not complete until someone responded, and echo, soft-spoken, cursed, and ever-present, was the embodiment of that return sound. The Greeks knew that words gained power not in their delivery, but in how they landed. The reaction, the echo. In this way, echo wasn't just a symbol of repetition. She was the mirror of meaning, and that mirror was woven into every part of Greek life. In music, the lyre was tuned not only by tension, but by the echo it produced in the chamber. Musicians listened to the way the sound bounced back, letting the space itself shape the song. In architecture, amphitheaters were designed not for projection alone, but for response. The curve of the stone allowed words to return, crisp and clear, even to those sitting far away. Even in prayer, the Greeks didn't always expect divine speech. Sometimes they looked for signs, a rustle in the leaves, an echo in the cave, a repeated phrase overheard in the marketplace. Echo taught them that not all answers arrive with clarity. Some return as reflections, imperfect, soft, fragmented, but still meaningful. This shaped their ethics. Too, a person's worth was not judged by their ability to speak, but by their ability to respond to the needs of the community, to the sorrow of a neighbor, to the silence in a conversation. Echo became a kind of reminder, not carved in stone, but carried in custom, that repeating back is not mimicry. Its presence, and presence is sacred. There's an old tale rarely retold about a teacher and a student in a small town near Delphi. The student was clever, loud, always ready with an answer. The teacher, older and quiet, rarely spoke more than a few words. One day the student asked, "Why do you say so little when I say so much?" The teacher replied, "Because your voice fills the room, but mine waits for the echo." It wasn't a rebuke, it was a practice. Let others speak, let the sound move. Then shape your reply to what was truly said, not to what you assumed, or what you were preparing while they talked. Echo lived in that pause, in that waiting. And though her curse prevented her from speaking first, it gave her one strange, subtle strength. She never misunderstood, because she didn't invent. She reflected, and, in doing so, she helped the Greeks understand that listening was not passive. It was participation. Still, in modern times, we've come to associate echoes with emptiness, with loneliness. We hear them in caves, in abandoned halls, in places people no longer gather. But the Greeks, they heard echo in gathering places, in theaters, in temples, in homes, and they knew she was still speaking, or rather responding. So maybe the question isn't, is anyone listening? Maybe the real question is, what kind of echo are we sending out? And what does it say about how we've listened? Echo's voice, reduced, delayed, borrowed, might seem like the weakest kind of speech, but the Greeks knew better. They understood that the voice that returns is often the one that endures, because Echo's story wasn't just a tragedy, it was a truth about how all communication works. We don't control what happens after we speak. Our words go out into the world, carried by wind, heard by ears we may never see. And if we are lucky, if we are careful, if we are heard, those words come back to us in unexpected ways, softer, altered, echoed. A child repeating a lesson they heard once from their grandmother. A phrase from a friend that lingers in your mind weeks later. A song lyric misheard that somehow means more to you that way. These are echoes, and in that sense, Echo was never cursed. She was eternal, because what Echo truly represented was not loss but imprint, the subtle way language imprints itself on others, the way listening shapes what we say next, the way presence, simple, reflective presence, can change the tone of a conversation. The Greeks, in their wisdom, didn't make Echo the goddess of voice. They made her the spirit of response. And that may be the most human form of divinity there is, to carry someone else's words inside you, to reflect them back, not verbatim, but with feeling, to say, without adding anything new, "I heard you, I'm still here, you're not alone." Even in her most famous myth, Echo doesn't simply mimic Narcissus, she tries to reach him. He says, "Who's there?" She replies, "There." He says, "Let us meet." She echoes meet. She uses what she's given to form connection, to try, even when denied, even when limited. And in that, she becomes the most human figure in the myth. Not powerful, not perfect, but willing to respond. Today, in a world of endless speaking, tweets, posts, videos, announcements, it's easy to forget the value of echo, of sitting with someone's words, of repeating back not just to reply but to understand. Echo still exists in those moments, in therapy rooms, in quiet conversations, in the pause before saying, "That makes sense," in the space where someone hears their pain mirrored back and knows they're not the only one who feels it. That's where echo lives now, not in caves, in care, in confirmation. And her power, subtle as it is, still shapes us, because everything we say is shaped by what we've heard. We are in some way all echoes, and if we are kind with our speech, if we listen before we speak, if we allow silence its due, then we continue echo's legacy, not as a myth but as a practice. So the next time you hear your own voice bouncing back from a stone wall or an empty room, pause, listen again, because in that moment, someone else, centuries ago, or just yesterday, might be listening too, and your words, they are not lost, they are simply returning. When most people think of Odysseus, they picture the legendary wanderer, clever, cursed, always striving. They remember the Cyclops, the sirens, the gods and monsters, but that's only the story from above. Beneath the poetry, beneath the drama, there was something slower, more human, rarely told yet lived by all sailors of his time. The waiting, the boredom, the daily rhythms of life at sea. Because while Homer sang of storms and sorcery, Odysseus, like any seafarer, spent most of his journey not fighting for his life but passing time, and in that time there was a whole world. Odysseus's voyage took 10 years, not because of constant danger, but because of distance, delay, and the sea's refusal to be hurried. To travel from Troy to Ithaca was no straight line. It was a slow crawl across a restless surface, through headwinds and wrong turns and water. So still some days it felt like the earth had stopped spinning. The Greeks understood this. To them, the sea was not just a setting, it was a character. Tide had moods, it made decisions. It gave and took with no explanation. Sailors like Odysseus had no compasses, no engines, no guarantees. They relied on stars, clouds, birds. They watched the horizon for hours. They memorized wave patterns. They read the sea like a long, unpredictable letter, and in that reading, routine emerged. Days began early. The oarsmen stretched silently, checked their calices, dipped fingers in the water. Small fires were kindled on flat stones set inside the ship, used to warm wine or fish when the wind was gentle enough not to blow the flame. Odysseus, king, warrior, thinker, spent these hours not planning escapes from monsters, but checking sails, untying knots, rationing water, because out there under open sky, survival wasn't heroic, it was methodical, and that's what most of the journey was. Not adventure, but maintenance. Men passed time with dice carved from bones, with stories told and retold until no one remembered who first spoke them. They carved small figures into the wood of the ship, faces of loved ones, animals, strange symbols. They sang. Not always beautifully, but together they argued, they mended, they waited. Because the sea doesn't care how clever you are. It cares if your sail is patched, if your anchor holds, if your crew listens when the wind shifts. And Odysseus, despite his cunning, had to submit to that truth over and over. In fact, some of his greatest strength came not from trickery, but from adaptation. He didn't defeat the sea, he learned how to live with it, and in that, he resembled every sailor who came, before and after him, because the sea, to the Greeks, wasn't only a path, it was a season, a stretch of time that swallowed normal life and replaced it with something slower, simpler, more demanding. Meals weren't planned, they were caught. Sleep wasn't scheduled. It came in patches, between shifts. Gan storms. Time blurred. Even Odysseus, master of memory, sometimes forgot how many days had passed. And that forgetting, that drift, it was part of the voyage too. not because it made a better story, but because it's how the sea works. So perhaps the real question isn't what trials Odysseus faced. It's what kept him sane in the silence between them. While myths speak of monsters and divine wrath, most of Odysseus's journey, like most ancient seafaring, was filled with long stretches of sameness. Days when the sea was a mirror, when the sail flapped lazily and the sun sat unmoving in a white sky. These were the true trials. Not beasts, but monotony. The men had no calendars. Time was measured by muscle memory, by the number of strokes between sunrise and rest. The number of stars that rose before sleep was allowed. Food was simple and constant. Salted fish, stale bread, dried figs, water thinned with a little wine, to keep it safe. If they passed a rocky island or a green shore, they'd forage what they could. Wild herbs, birds' eggs, limpets stuck to stone. A good day was one without surprises. And in those unremarkable hours, Odysseus showed his true skill, not as a warrior, but as a leader in stillness. He told stories. He listened. He patched sails himself when needed. He never claimed immunity from tedium, because on a ship, under a sun that forgets to move, there is no king, only a crew. Evening brought no peace unless the winds allowed it. Sometimes they drifted close enough to a port to hear faint music from land, but the rocks were too sharp, the politics too complex, or the welcome too uncertain, and so they stayed offshore, floating in the near silence, waiting. Sometimes Odysseus would take the night watch himself. He preferred the quiet. The night sky, moonless open, reminded him of his mother's eyes, of Penelope's hands weaving, of Ithaca, distant not only in miles, but in memory, because the sea makes you forget. Not all at once, but slowly. It loosens your sense of shape and time. It turns your past into something abstract. Even love, even longing becomes blurred around the edges. That's what made Odysseus's longing so remarkable. He held on to it. Each day, he repeated her name. Not always, aloud but inwardly, a chant, a tether, Penelope, Ithaca, shore. The men followed suit. They carved the names of home into the ship's wood, into their blades, into the handles of their water jugs, because home couldn't just be remembered, it had to be anchored. They passed hours by playing word games, mocking old arguments, retelling campfire epics they had heard 100 times. They invented rituals. Some spat into the sea before dawn, so Poseidon knows I'm still here. Others kissed the deck before meals, to thank the tree that carries me. These habits weren't superstition. They were structure in formlessness, because when each day feels the same, small rituals become survival. And Odysseus knew that. He let his men believe whatever they needed. He offered no sermons, only steadiness, because storms come and go, but boredom. Boredom corrodes, and still the sea continued, offering no answers. Only horizon. It didn't punish or reward. It simply was, and in that neutrality, Odysseus was shaped, not into a legend, but into something harder to admire and more human to understand. A man who endured the in-between, who held fast not in battle but in waiting, who stayed the course not because he was strong, but because he had decided not to quit. And that, perhaps, is the truest myth we've forgotten. That most of the journey was not about monsters, it was about patience. When we think of Odysseus returning to Ithaca, we imagine triumph. The hero finally home, the trials behind him, the bow strung, the suitors silenced, the bed unmovable. But the truth, if we look more closely, is that even arrival was slow. Because after 10 years at war and another 10 at sea, you don't simply step off a ship and resume your life, you must re-enter. And that process, quiet, awkward, uncelebrated, is just as important as the voyage itself. The sea had changed him, not just in body, thinner, more scarred, more weathered, but in rhythm. He had lived in wind and waves, in stars and instinct. He no longer belonged fully to land, and yet he returned, not as the man who left, but as the man who had learned to wait. On the final leg of his journey, with Ithaca finally visible, in the distance Odysseus did not weep. He watched, he waited, he studied the coastline, because even home is a kind of unknown when you've been gone too long, and for his crew, those who survived, the return was even stranger. Many had forgotten how it felt to sleep on still ground, to eat food not dried and salted, to hear birds that did not signal land but simply sang. These men didn't run home. They staggered, and they carried the sea with them in their bones, because sea travel in ancient Greece wasn't just a journey, it was a transformation. To go by ship meant accepting vulnerability. You could do everything right, read the stars, patch the sails, ration the food, and still be turned around by a change in wind. And that unpredictability carved something permanent into the hearts of sailors, a kind of humility, a kind of quiet strength. Odysseus, for all his cleverness, had been forced to live without control, to make decisions based on tide and weather, to surrender, often, to time itself. And so, when he did finally reach Ithaca, he didn't shout his name from the cliffs. He arrived in disguise, he observed. He tested the waters, not of Poseidon this time, but of memory. Would Penelope still know him? Would the land feel familiar? Would he recognize himself? This cautious return wasn't cowardice. It was earned wisdom, because the journey had taught him something the war never could. That endurance is not a burst of strength. It's a quiet, steady refusal to give up. That's the legacy Odysseus left. Behind, not just the tales of monsters and magic, but the knowledge that most voyages are longer than we expect, and most heroes come home tired. There's an old saying, rarely spoken now, passed down from sailors long after the epics faded. Odysseus was not the cleverest of us. He was the one who kept rowing. That is what life at sea taught him. That is what life taught them all. And that is what most journeys, mythic or mundane, really require. Not brilliance, not bravery, but persistence. Even when the map is gone, the sails are torn, and the only thing ahead is more water. In the vast expanse of Greek myth, few stories feel as revolutionary and strangely humble as that of Prometheus. He stole fire from the gods, not thunder, not immortality, not wealth or beauty or power, just fire, a flicker, a spark, a flame, cupped in the hand, and for that he was punished for eternity. But the Greeks knew fire was not simple, it was everything. Before Prometheus's theft, mortals lived in twilight. Not darkness exactly, but something close. They huddled in caves. They ate raw meat. They feared the night more than they feared the gods. The gods had warmth. Mortals had cold. The gods had hearths. Mortals had ash. And then Prometheus defied Olympus. He reached into the divine and pulled out a tool so common now that we forget how world-altering it truly was. He gave humans control over transformation, because fire didn't just warm them, it let them change the world. Meat could be cooked, water could be boiled, metal could be shaped, clay could be hardened, wood could become coal, night could be softened. It was not just a gift. It was a permission slip to build. And so fire entered every part of life, not just in the forge or the kitchen, but in thought. The flickering flame became a symbol of insight, illumination, awakening. In fact, the Greek word for soul, psyche, is often visualized as a small, gentle flame, something both fragile and essential. Prometheus, in this way, didn't just gift heat, he gave humanity the means to advance. But it's worth noting, he didn't give them fire as magic. He gave it as responsibility, because fire doesn't just help, it consumes. It burns when untended. It scars when misused. The Greeks understood this well. Their hearths were sacred, not simply useful but ritually protected. The goddess Hestia presided over every fire lit inside a home. Before every meal, before every offering, her flame was acknowledged, because fire, while born of theft, had to be respected. And Prometheus? He didn't brag about his gift. He suffered for it, chained to a rock. His liver devoured each day only to regenerate at night, an eternal cycle of pain for a single act of generosity. Why? Because he broke the order. He gave mortals something the Gods never intended them to have a tool that made them less dependent on the divine. With fire, humans could bake their own bread, mold their own idols, smelt their own iron. They could make light in the dark without prayer. And the gods knew, from that flame, other gifts would follow. Writing, cities, ships, wheels, walls, ideas. All of it began with the spark. And yet, how often do we think of fire today? How often do we light a stove, strike a match, or touch a screen, and remember that this once was the boundary between the mortal and the divine? The Greeks remembered. They told Prometheus' story not just to explain flame, but to remind themselves, this world was not handed to you, it was earned, in pain, in defiance, in the slow, patient work of learning to use what was once forbidden. So perhaps the story of Prometheus isn't about theft at all. It's about transference, about a power once kept from mortals, now placed in their hands. And the question became, what would they do with it? After Prometheus brought fire to mortals, it did not explode across the land in a blaze of instant progress. It arrived quietly, a spark in a dry branch, a small pile of coals in a stone ring, a flickering flame protected by cupped hands, then passed. From one village to another, one family to the next. It was not divine in appearance, but it was transformative in impact, because fire became the foundation of civilization, not in bursts, but in rituals. In the early morning hearths when families warmed stale bread and boiled water for barley, in the kiln where clay cups hardened into lasting form, in the forge where the first rough blades were shaped not for conquest, but for harvest. With fire, humans no longer waited for the sun to set their pace. They could create their own heat, their own time. That was the quiet revolution. Prometheus had not given them victory. He had given them agency, and the Greeks honored this in subtle ways. Nearly every home had a central hearth watched over by Hestia, the goddess of the flame. She had no major myths, no thunderous tales, but her flame was the one that never went out. When a family moved to a new home, they carried coals from their old hearth to the new one. When cities were founded, the first structure wasn't a wall or a temple. It was a fireplace. Even war respected fire's sanctity. Before invading a city, Greek armies would extinguish their campfires, symbolically pausing the light before taking life. After battle, the fire would be relit and offerings made. It was their way of acknowledging that flame wasn't only for forging weapons, it was also for forgiveness, for rebuilding. Because Prometheus had not given fire to destroy, he had given it to create, to mend tools, to bake loaves, to melt down. Bronze statues of forgotten tyrants and recast them as bowls for feeding the hungry. Still, the fire was never tame. The Greeks feared it, too. Their myths held countless stories of fire's dangers, not just in the literal blaze, but in the temptation of overuse. Daedalus, the brilliant inventor, created wings with wax and feathers, but warned his son Icarus not to fly too close to the sun. Not because the sun was evil, but because light without humility burns, and so it was with fire. The Greeks didn't worship Prometheus as a savior. They saw him as a reminder that every tool carries a cost, that every gift demands responsibility. Because with fire came not just warmth, but war, not just food, but ambition, not just survival, but the power to shape everything, land, metal, language, culture. The fire made people gods of their own small realms, and so Prometheus was honored, not with temples, but with use. Every time a pot was fired, every time a loaf was baked, every time light filled a room that would otherwise be dark, that was his shrine. His punishment, after all, was for giving humans independence, and maybe that's why his myth mattered so deeply to the Greeks, because they were a people who believed in effort, in the value of toil, in the worth of shaping your world with your own hands. Fire gave them the means, but the Greeks gave it meaning, and Prometheus, in his agony, watched from his rock, not with regret, but with a kind of divine patience, because the fire he gave didn't need tending from Olympus. It had been passed into mortal memory, where it would burn long after the gods themselves were forgotten. In the end, Prometheus's story isn't remembered for the theft itself. It's remembered for the result, because fire, once lit, never truly went out. It moved from the hearth to the forge, from the forge to the city, from the city to every quiet corner of life, and slowly it changed what it meant to be human. Before fire, people waited for the world to offer them warmth. After fire, they made it themselves. Before fire, food was a matter of luck or instinct. After fire, it became craft. Before fire, nightfall meant stillness. After fire, it meant stories, gathered around flame, faces flickering, truths softened into myth. In this way, fire gave rise not just to civilization, but to imagination, because when the night is dark and cold, survival is all you think of. But when you have heat, and light, and time, you begin to wonder, to tell, to dream. And that was perhaps Prometheus's deepest gift, not just survival, but the space for thought. He gave fire to their hands, but he lit something in their minds. The Greeks never built vast temples to Prometheus, but they never let his name die, because they knew his story wasn't just about a god who defied Zeus. It was about every small act of defiance since. Every time someone made something new, every time someone challenged what was allowed, every time someone said, "This is not enough, there must be more." That was Prometheus, not the flame itself, but the urge to strike the first spark. And in that sense, he was the most mortal of all the immortals, not above them, among them, suffering, trying, enduring, even his punishment. An eagle tearing his liver each day was strangely human, not a grand curse, but a slow, grinding pain. A reminder that creation often comes with cost, and yet he never took it back, he never asked for pity. He let the flame burn, because once you give someone the means to warm their child, to cook their food, to see in the dark, you've given them something more powerful than any god's favor. You've given them agency, and the Greeks lived with that gift daily. They didn't need to repeat his story every time. They lit a fire. They lived the story. Every time they taught a child to build a hearth, every time they placed a torch at the entrance of a temple, every time they carried flame from one generation to the next, they became keepers of the myth. And maybe we are too, because even now, thousands of years later, we carry fire. In ovens, in engines, in wires and screens and cities lit at night. The form has changed, but the spark, still Prometheus. So the next time you strike a match or boil a kettle, or sit in the soft glow of something man-made, pause and remember the God who gave you the right to begin, not through might, but through flame. Hera is often remembered for her anger, the jealous wife, the punisher of Zeus's lovers, the stern goddess of marriage. But beneath the dramatic myths, beneath the thunder and scandal, there was another Hera, a quieter one not defined by revenge but by oversight, because while Zeus hurled lightning and Poseidon stirred the sea, Hera did something less glamorous and more essential. She kept Olympus running. In a pantheon of loud personalities and constant interference, Hera watched, and in that watching she held the center, not with spectacle, with stability. She was the goddess of marriage, yes, but not just in the ceremonial sense. She presided over the long daily work of maintaining relationships, of holding families and alliances together. And in doing so, she became the patron of order. Her temples were some of the oldest in Greece, not built on cliffs like Athena's, not carved into mountains like Apollo's, but at the heart of cities, where homes stood, where laws were made, where meals were shared, because Hera wasn't worshipped for her mystery. She was worshipped for her presence, constant, watchful, a little stern, but always there. In Argos, her cult was so old that even the priests weren't entirely sure where the first altar had stood. They only knew that every year the people still carried torches in her honor, not to summon her but to thank her for staying. That was her true power, not dominance, continuity. While other gods sought attention, Hera managed what needed to be done. She held the oaths. She remembered who had promised what. She oversaw treaties, rites of passage, and social expectations, not because she demanded control, but because someone had to care enough to keep things from unraveling. And the Greeks knew this kind of labor rarely got praise, but without it, nothing held. In households, Hera's influence was quiet but firm. She was invoked in wedding rituals, not just for love, but for longevity. She was called upon during childbirth, not to deliver the baby, but to establish the bond that followed, and in disputes between families or cities, her name often came last, not to start the conflict, but to end it with agreement. She was not soft, but she was steady, and in that steadiness, there was protection. Because while Zeus was unpredictable, Hera was consistent, and consistency in a divine world of whims and passions was sacred. Still, her reputation suffered, not because she was cruel, but because she didn't apologize for being firm. In myths, her anger is shown as excessive, but look closer, and you'll see it always followed a broken promise, a vow betrayed, an oath dismissed, a bond treated like it meant nothing. Hera's wrath wasn't about revenge, it was about reminding the gods that actions had consequences, that even in Olympus there must be rules, and someone must remember them. So while Hermes ran, and Ares charged, and Dionysus danced, Hera kept track. She kept the divine world from collapsing under its own chaos, and, for mortals, she offered a different kind of divinity, one rooted not in awe but in accountability, because in the end Hera wasn't feared for her thunder, she was respected for her memory, and perhaps that's why her temples lasted so long, not because people loved her, but because they needed her. Someone had to stay, someone had to watch, someone had to care enough to hold the line when others broke it. That was Hera, not the villain, the foundation. In the dramas of Olympus, where gods changed forms, stole lovers, and interfered with mortals on a whim, Hera's presence rarely made the headlines, but she was always involved, not as a storm, as a structure. While others chased desire and spectacle, Hera managed the aftermath. She tended to the fallout of Zeus's affairs. She mediated between feuding gods. She saw that promises, both mortal and divine, were remembered. And held to account. This wasn't a glamorous role, it was exhausting. But the Greeks understood something often lost in modern retellings. The one who keeps the house standing is just as divine as the one who builds it. Hera wasn't passive. She was active in maintenance, and for ancient Greek women this made her sacred, because their lives too were built on invisible labor. They bore children, yes, but more often they held communities together. They tended to family tensions, oversaw rituals, preserved traditions, and ensured oaths weren't just made but kept. And in Hera, they saw a kind of divine recognition. Someone who didn't seek constant praise, just respect. She had few myths, where she acted on whim. Her power was deliberate, and she made Olympus function not through strength or fear, but through memory. In a world governed by cycles, seasons, marriages, ceremonies, trade, Hera ensured that rituals were meaningful, not performative, because without memory there is no trust, and without trust, no bond, divine or mortal, can last. This is why Hera's name was invoked, not just in weddings, but in treaties. When cities swore peace, they called upon her to witness, not because she could strike them down, but because she could remind them that they had spoken. And what is a promise, if not an echo waiting to be remembered? She was not a goddess of beginnings, she was a goddess of what comes after. After vows are made, after celebrations fade, after someone breaks what was meant to be whole. And so her wrath, so often portrayed as jealousy, was really about order, because Hera didn't seek revenge for sport. She sought consequences. She punished not love but dishonesty, not freedom but betrayal. And though the myths made her harsh, the Greeks understood. She was upholding the structure. Someone had to. In households, her festivals weren't wild affairs. They were solemn, reflective, quiet. Women offered cakes, poured wine, wove garlands. They didn't ask Hera for favors. They thanked her for holding things together, for staying, for remembering. And in this, she became less a goddess of marriage, and more a goddess of durability, of bonds that didn't need fireworks, only follow-through. Even in her own marriage to Zeus, full of betrayal and imbalance, she did not leave. Not because she was weak, because she understood the weight of vows, even when they hurt. She stood not for submission, but for persistence. And that perhaps was her greatest power, the refusal to let things fall apart, even when no one else seemed to care. Still, one has to wonder, in a world that prizes boldness and spectacle, do we still notice those who keep things steady, or have we forgotten that watchfulness is a form of strength? By the end of most myths, after the quarrels had quieted and the battles ceased, Hera was rarely the one left victorious, but she was always the one still standing, still holding Olympus together, still protecting oaths, still reminding the gods and mortals what they had promised, because Hera's strength was never in disruption, it was in continuity. She didn't need to shapeshift or summon storms. She didn't need to dazzle or deceive. Her power came from remembering, and from being the one others couldn't ignore, not because of noise, but because of necessity. The Greeks understood the sacredness of this role. They saw Hera not as a goddess of sentiment, but of structure. She was the backbone of systems, of ceremonies, of the unspoken agreements that kept families, cities, and even Olympus from sliding into chaos. Even her epithets told the story. Hera Teleia, Hera of completion. Hera, Zygia, Hera of the yoke, presiding over marriage bonds. Hera Basileia, Queen Hera, not for grandeur but for governance. She was invoked not in moments of inspiration but in moments of decision. Should this union be formalized? Should this alliance hold? Should this betrayal be answered? And she didn't. Rage for rage's sake, she restored order. That kind of power doesn't make legends, but it builds legacies. Even now, Hera's name lives on, not just in ruins and myths, but in the quiet parts of human life, in the person who remembers the anniversary no one else does, in the friend who follows up on a forgotten promise, in the leader who doesn't lead with charisma, but with consistency. We often forget to praise these people, but we rely on them, just as Olympus relied on Hera, because while the other gods embodied chaos and passion, she embodied persistence. And persistence is rarely exciting, but it is everything. So when we think of the divine, perhaps we should remember, it's not only found in the dramatic gesture or the brilliant insight, it's also found in the quiet act of holding things together, day after day, year after year. And Hera, she never stopped holding, she never stopped watching, she never stopped believing that what we vow matters, even if others forget. So the next time you light a candle at dinner, sign a contract, keep a promise that no one else remembers. Think of Hera, not as the jealous wife, but as the keeper of the flame you didn't see, but always depended on. Pan is often remembered as a creature of mischief, a half-goat god who played flutes in the forest and startled shepherds with sudden laughter. But to the Greeks, Pan wasn't just wild. He was wildness in balance, not destruction, not chaos, just life uninterrupted. He lived in the spaces between order and overgrowth. He wasn't the god of cities or temples. He was the god of edges, the fields that turned to forest, the streams that wandered out of sight, the gentle rise of a hill where no road was built. And in those spaces, he thrived. Pan didn't rule with laws, he didn't make speeches, he didn't demand offerings, he simply existed, and in doing so, reminded the Greeks of a crucial truth, that not all divinity is clean and carved. Some of it grows sideways, uneven, untamed, and necessary. Pan's name meant all in later Greek interpretation, not because he was everything, but because he touched everything humans didn't control. Wind in the grass, the rustle in the underbrush, the unseen gaze from behind the trees. He was present, not as threat, but as reminder, that nature does not belong to us, that the world was wild before we arrived. In the soft hills of Arcadia, Pan was more than a myth. He was a neighbor. Shepherds left a bit of cheese on a rock. Travelers hummed a melody as they crossed the woods, just in case he was listening, not in fear, in respect, because if you treated the wild well, the wild treated you well in return. Pan didn't curse without reason. He protected balance. Too much. Hunting and the game vanished. Too many trees felled and the river ran dry. Too much noise and the animals scattered. Pan didn't stop this with punishment, he just left. And when he left, the silence deepened, the balance tipped, the Greeks felt it, and so they made room for him, not with temples, but with restraint. They let parts of the land stay untamed. They let music rise from wood, not only from lyres and harps, but from reed flutes, his sacred instrument, shaped from nature itself. That was the true offering to Pan, play, music that wasn't for performance, but for presence. Melody to match the rhythm of the breeze, notes that rose and fell like birdsong, unrehearsed, imperfect, alive. In Pan's world, nothing was polished, but everything had its place. He didn't build, he didn't conquer, he reminded. And perhaps his greatest reminder was this: that civilization doesn't need to erase the wild. It needs to live alongside it. So while the cities argued and expanded, while temples rose and wars raged, Pan remained where he always had, between the trees, waiting, not to be found, but to be noticed. To live in ancient Greece was to live in proximity to wilderness. Even the great cities, Athens, Corinth, Thebes, ended somewhere. And just beyond their stone walls, past the olive groves and goat paths, the land shifted. It grew quieter, it grew wilder, and it grew closer to Pan. He was never far. Not because he ruled the forests, but because he was the forest, not a guardian, an embodiment. When a traveler stepped off the main road and into shaded woodland, they entered a space that did not operate on human time. The birds didn't wait for them. The breeze didn't pause. The deer didn't care, and Pan was there, somewhere unseen, maybe watching, maybe sleeping, maybe listening to the rhythm of footsteps on moss. The Greeks believed that sudden terror, those inexplicable jolts of fear in open country, were sent by Pan. They called it panic. But this fear wasn't always malice. It was the land's way of reminding you, you are not in charge here. This awareness, this humility was part of Pan's worship. Unlike other gods, Pan had no great myths of conquest or rule. His stories were of flirtation, music, movement. Sometimes awkward, sometimes comic, always earthy. He chased but didn't capture, he sang but didn't speak prophecy, he played but didn't command, and yet he mattered, because he represented what couldn't be contained, not by walls, not by reason, not even by story. To the shepherd, Pan was a presence that moved with the flock, that watched from tree lines, that kept wolves at bay or called them forth. To the farmer, he was the one who made the vines grow true or twist out of reach. To the traveler, he was the silence that made them walk faster or slower. And to the artist, he was inspiration without instruction, because Pan's music was not written, it was found, carved from reeds, invented in motion, played into wind. It didn't aim for perfection, it aimed for harmony with what already was. That's what made him divine, not a separation from nature, but full immersion in it. He didn't ask mortals to rise above the wild. He invited them to remember they were still part of it, that underneath the tunics and laws and lineages, they were creatures who breathed, sweated, feared, desired, and that was not shameful, that was real. Pan's world was not clean, it was alive, and those who respected it, who walked softly, who left wild places undisturbed, who sang not to impress but to feel, those were the ones who felt him most, not in visions, in stillness, in the crack of a twig behind them, in the rustle of unseen hooves, in the low, distant echo of a flute, where no one seemed to be playing. So much of Pan's power lay not in what you saw, but in what you sensed, and the Greeks knew. The moment you tried to trap him, to turn him into a statue or a sermon, he was gone, vanished, back into the wind, because Pan could not be held, only honored by leaving space for the wild within ourselves. Unlike other gods, Pan did not require temples. He didn't need incense, hymns, or sacrifices. What he wanted, if he wanted anything, was presence, a quiet moment beneath the trees, a song played not for an audience, but for the breeze, a pause before entering the woods, not from fear, but from respect. And in that way, Pan represented something radical in the ancient world, a god who did not need to be served, just remembered. He didn't care for cities. He wandered. He appeared at the edges of fields, in caves, at mountain springs, places untouched, or half-touched, places where human hands had not yet tried to define everything. To be near Pan was to feel a kind of soft resistance, not hostility, but a quiet reminder that not everything must be tamed, and that lesson was valuable. Because the Greeks, for all their brilliance, were builders, organizers. They carved the wild into order, terraces, aqueducts. Pan reminded them to leave something untouched, not because it was useful, because it was alive. Even philosophers spoke of this. Heraclitus wrote of the ever-changing nature of the world, the river that could not be stepped in twice. That was Pan's river, a world that moves, that grows without plans, that sings in tones no lyre can play, and in this constant motion there was meaning. Pan didn't promise answers. He promised experience, a moment when you forgot your schedule, when you laughed without knowing why. When you felt suddenly small but safe. That was his worship, no doctrine, just attention. And over time Pan faded, not because he was defeated, but because the world stopped noticing. Forests became farmland, footpaths became roads, the edges grew thinner, and the places where Pan lived, the margins, the pauses, the unspoken things grew quiet. There's an old story, almost forgotten, that says a sailor heard a divine voice cry out across the sea, "Tell them, Pan is dead." Some took it as truth, that the god of the wild had passed, but others quietly disagreed. They said, Pan isn't dead. He's just waiting for someone to listen, not to a prophecy, but to the wind in the reeds. Waiting for someone to leave, part of the garden wild, to sit by the stream and let the water speak, to dance badly in a clearing, just because it felt right. Pan never wanted temples. He wanted permission for the world to be a little strange, a little unruly, a little alive. And maybe that's what we need now. Not to rebuild his shrine, but to leave room for his world. So the next time you find yourself near trees or hills or still water, pause, breathe, and listen for the sound that doesn't come from any machine or screen, the one that sounds like laughter you didn't plan, like music with no melody. That's Pan. Not gone, just quiet, waiting for the world to slow down enough to hear him again. In most stories, the muses arrive like lightning, sudden, brilliant, unstoppable. They strike the poet mid-sentence. They whisper lines into the ears of bards. They lift the veil for a moment and show the world in vivid clarity. But to the Greeks, who invoked them daily, the muses weren't just sudden flashes of insight. They were companions, present not only in the moment of genius, but in the long, dull labor of creation. 9 sisters, each with her own domain, epic poetry, history, music, astronomy, dance, tragedy, comedy, hymns, and lyric poetry. Their gifts were not one-time miracles. They were disciplines. The Greeks did not treat the muses like fairies who dropped ideas into their laps. They treated them like partners in the craft. When a rhapsode, an epic storyteller, prepared to recite Homer, he didn't wait for inspiration. He trained, he memorized. He shaped his voice over years, but still, before he began, he invoked the muse, not because he expected her to do the work, but because he hoped she would join him in the doing. That was the deeper understanding. Inspiration wasn't random, it was relational, and the relationship needed tending. In this way, the muses taught the Greeks that creativity wasn't mystical. It was ritual. You showed up, you practiced, you respected the silence before the first note, the blank space before the first word. And over time, if you kept returning, the muse would meet you there. Not always with brilliance, sometimes just with momentum. Sometimes just with permission to try again. Even their home reflected this balance. The muses were said to dwell on Mount Helicon, not Olympus. A mountain known not for its height, but for its stillness. A place of springs, soft breezes, and quiet paths. A place you could walk to if you were willing to climb slowly. In this way, the Greeks imagined inspiration not as something beyond reach, but as something approachable, if you were patient. And for all the myths that described the muses as divine daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, memory, their power came not just from lineage, but from consistency. They were called upon daily by orators, by scribes, by mathematicians, tracing shapes in the dust, not for glory, for guidance. Because in Greek life, art and knowledge weren't luxuries. They were tools, ways to understand the world, to mourn, to celebrate, to remember, to record. And the muses were not the gatekeepers of this work. They were encouragers. Their presence said, yes, it matters. Yes, keep going. Yes, try again. They didn't demand perfection. They asked for effort, and for many that was enough. The muses were divine, yes, but the Greeks did not imagine them floating far above mortal life. They imagined them nearby, always working, always present, not in gilded halls, but in the margins of the day. The poet sharpening a reed pen in the morning, the sculptor brushing dust from a half-finished marble, the child repeating a melody while walking beside a stream. These were the places. The muses moved, not loudly but gently. They didn't arrive with trumpets. They arrived in the middle of effort. Inspiration, to the Greeks, was not something you waited for. It was something you created conditions for. The writer swept their workspace before writing. The musician tuned their instrument before touching a string. These simple acts weren't just preparation. They were invitation, a way of saying, I'm here, I'm ready, come if you will. And the muses? They appreciated the invitation. They responded to discipline, not demand. In this way, the Greeks understood something modern minds often forget, that the miraculous can be routine, that brilliance often comes not after hours of dreaming, but after hours of practice. That beauty can arise not only in the theater or the concert hall, but in the quiet space between meals and sleep, between chores and conversation. The muses weren't jealous gods. They didn't require exclusivity. You didn't need to devote your whole life to art to earn their favor. You just needed to pay attention. And in return, they offered something subtle, but priceless, a thread of insight, a line of verse that arrived while folding clothes, a solution to a puzzle that emerged mid-walk, a sudden memory, oddly vivid. That was them. Not shouting, just nudging. And each muse had her own rhythm. Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, favored order. She came to those who outlined their thoughts, who practiced the grand structure of storytelling. Clio, the muse of history, appeared when people listened to elders, when they remembered carefully, when they recorded events not just to relive them, but to learn. Erato, muse of love poetry, wasn't sentimental. She respected vulnerability, but she demanded clarity, words that rang true, not just sweet. They were not 9 copies of each other. They were a spectrum of attention. Together, they reminded mortals that inspiration wasn't magic. It was maintenance, that the life of the mind, like the life of the body, required nourishment, repetition, movement, and just as bread must be kneaded and oil pressed and grapes harvested, so too must ideas be tended. Even the greatest artists in Greece, Pindar, Sappho, Aeschylus, spoke not of themselves as geniuses, but as students of the muses. They knew to create was not to dominate, it was to cooperate with memory, with discipline, with the whisper of something not quite yours, but briefly entrusted to you. And when the work was done, when the vase was painted, the verse complete, the melody resolved, the muses didn't demand credit. They slipped away, leaving behind the echo of something that felt inevitable, but only because someone had taken the time to listen. By the time the poet sets down the stylus, or the dancer stops moving, or the astronomer looks up from their chart, the muse has already left. She doesn't linger. She never asks for thanks, because the muses weren't interested in credit. They were interested in continuation. Their joy was not in a single masterpiece, but in the idea that someone, anyone, had listened long enough to try. The Greeks understood this better than we might give them credit for. They didn't imagine the muses as jealous gods who favored the gifted few. They imagined them as patient presences, available to any mind that made space for them. The farmer who sang rhythmically to the beat of the scythe, the child reciting a rhyme to remember the stars, the woman weaving and humming a tune she didn't know she remembered. All of them were participating in something sacred, because the muses didn't care whether the work was great. They cared that it was honest, and in that honesty, there was divinity. The Greeks built shrines to the Muses not because they feared them, but because they admired the humility of their power. 9 sisters, each guiding a domain of thought, not with control, but with invitation, not with thunder, but with suggestion. And if you missed the moment, if you were too distracted, too rigid, too impatient, she'd simply return another time. She was generous like that, but she was not infinite, because inspiration, while gentle, is also brief. A line, a melody, a metaphor, it comes. You reach for it. And if you're ready, it becomes something. If you're not, it fades and the muses move on. Perhaps that's why the Greeks believed inspiration was best shared aloud. They didn't hoard it. They sang, recited, performed, taught. Because, in using it, they made room for more. And the muses responded, like birds to a cleared field, like wind to a well-built sail. Even now, their rhythm lives on in the parts of our lives we forget to call divine. The idea scribbled in the margin of a grocery list. The tune hummed during dishes. The analogy that comes to mind mid-conversation. The way one sentence seems to write itself. These are not accidents. They are echoes. Echoes of something older, softer, always near. So when your mind feels blank, your page stays empty, your voice falters. Don't force it, just wait, sweep your space, sharpen your pencil, listen, because she might still come, and when she does, you'll remember, inspiration was never a thunderbolt. It was a companion, a whisper. Muse passing quietly through a moment, you were finally still enough to receive.